call the meeting of the Sweetwater County School District Number 1 Board of Trustees to order. Please stand and join me in. I call the meeting of the Sweetwater County School District Number 1 Board of Trustees to order. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Could we please have the roll call?
Mrs. Cochran? Here. Mrs. Schumacher? Here. Mrs. Summers?
Here.
Mrs. Thompson?
Here.
Mrs. Wood?
Here.
Mr. Wright?
Here.
Chair Jellicoe?
Here. I entertain a motion to approve the agenda
So moved, Madam Chair.
with the addendum items that are attached. Okay, it's been moved by Mrs. Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Summers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. I now accept it. Motion to go into executive session for the purpose of legal and personnel matters. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Summers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Miss Woods. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. We will now go into executive session for an hour and for the purpose of legal and personnel matters. Okay, I would entertain a motion to return from the executive session back to the regular meeting.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Summers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wood, excuse me. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, we'll move on to the recognition.
Board of Trustees Superintendent Kelly McGovern and the Sweetwater County School District Number 1 would like to recognize the following employees, students, trustees, and community partners. Trustees and Superintendent, Mr. Chatterley, if you'll please come down front. First, we would like to honor Dylan Chatterley. He is our student representative from Rock Springs High School. We would like to thank Dylan for joining the Board of Trustees this evening and sharing a fresh student perspective. Dylan's attendance sends a positive message to all the student body to become involved while representing the Rock Springs High School and the district in a respectful way. Our students are capable of great things. Civic engagement is one of those things. Thank you, Dylan. If I could have Mr. Supas and any other Rock Springs High School administrators that are here this evening to join Dylan in a photo. Mr. Stratka and Miss Hope Downs Lewis. Next, we would like to honor some retirees. First, we would like, I know these are always so bittersweet. First, we would like to honor Miss Doris Smoot. She's been with Sweetwater 1 for a total of 28 years. Doris started her career in 1995 as a substitute paraprofessional and has worked in the district in other roles, including classroom and office paraprofessional, school secretary at Washington, Overland, and North Park, and the Special Services Office at the Central Administration Building. Doris is now the secretary to the Director of Special Services. We would like to thank Doris and hope you have a wonderful retirement as she finishes her career with Sweetwater 1 on February 28th. If I could have Miss Arnoldi and Miss Gunter up, we would like to recognize Miss Doris. I gave her the book. Next, we would like to honor retiree Miss Susan Ney. She's been with Sweetwater 1 for a total of 30 years. Susan started as a substitute in the Nutrition Services Department in 1993 and continued to serve students as an accommodation and resource aide at Rock Springs High School. Susan is a building block and has a true passion for helping and supporting kids. Although her last day was at the end of January, we would like to wish Susan a wonderful retirement and know that she will always be a tiger. Thank you, Susan. Is she here? Susan taught me the ropes my first year of teaching. If I could, have Miss Downs Lewis, Mr. Strutka, and Mr. Supis up for a picture. Next, we would like to recognize Debbie Callis and the Westwick Foundation. They have done so much for Pilot Butte. Debbie has stocked the workroom cupboards full of snacks for the students and brought clothing. She hired a band for the back-to-school open house and paid for T-shirts for every single student. She baked many home goods and treats for parent-teacher conference night. Debbie and her foundation bought hot chocolate for all the students and bought lunches for our staff. She is simply amazing. Thank you, Debbie, for supporting the staff and students at Pilot Butte Elementary. We have Raven Beatty is here to accept this certificate on behalf of Debbie. She couldn't be here this evening, and I would like to bring Ms. Torstenbow and Mr. Marcy up for a picture. Well, Stagecoach Elementary is very fortunate to have Nisi Pergandy as their nutrition services assistant. What?
I just said, go Nisi.
Oh, I thought I said it wrong. I was like, that's par for the course. She is amazing at ensuring that all of our kiddos eat a nutritional meal. Our students love her as she greets each of them by name and with a smile. She goes above and beyond her duties. She has taken time more than once to read to classes. She was also kind enough to record a video about herself and eating healthy to share during the first grade Johnny Appleseed Day. Most recently, she was kind enough to arrange for a local author to come read her book to a class and bring signed copies for our students during Christmas. It was such a treat. Nisi made this moment even more special by providing her own elf who brought a sweet treat to students celebrating during our Christmas party. Mind you, she has done all of these things and more on her own time. She is an amazing employee and an awesome advocate for kids, and we would like to celebrate Nisi. We would like to bring up, you don't get to take pictures this time, Ms. Palacios, and if Mr. Grube is here. And Ms. Aramalsby, sorry. On January 26, 2023, there was a medical situation on the bus coming home from Farson to Rock Springs after school. This stretch of roadway between Farson and Rock Springs presents several challenges, one of which are communication issues. During this route, both cell phone service and radio service are lost or spotty. During this medical situation, one of our students, Ms. J.C. Dufford, remained calm and sat with the victim. Her actions helped tremendously in keeping the victim calm so that the situation could be dealt with. Cell phone service was finally established and the victim's parents were contacted for further direction. Once the bus was able to get underway to Rock Springs, J.C. stayed at the victim's side and continued to calm the victim, and at one point got into contact with the parent to receive any further advice that could be helpful, and to also reassure the parent. Because of JC's willingness to provide care to her fellow student, the situation did not escalate to a point of becoming a medical emergency. Thank you, Miss JC. Is she here? Yay. We would like to bring Mr. Klingenpill, the Director of Transportation, and Ms. Rosanico, the Principal of Farson, up for the picture, please. Sweetwater County Fire District No. 1 Firefighters Association hosted a buffalo raffle, and the Rock Springs High School Future Business Leaders of America teamed up with their efforts. Together, they raised $21,000 to benefit the students receiving reduced paid meals from the District Nutrition Services Department. Each $10 ticket purchase went directly to the benefit of a student's breakfast or lunch balance. Supporting our families in Sweetwater 1 is a cause they believe in and support. Thank you, firefighters, teachers, students, and those community members who purchased a Buffalo raffle ticket. It really did go a long ways. It's heartbreaking. So we would like to recognize Scott Kitchener. Come on up. Clark Allred. Jake Rabordi. Chase Troska. Did I say that right, Troska? Okay. Stuart Burnham. Michael Cheatwood. Anthony Lott. Nicole Rabordi. Do you want me to bring the students and teachers up with them as well? Okay. The FBLA students and teachers Jordan Erspalmer and Crystal Richardson. Thank you. All right, Hudson Poyer. Layla Blado. Mackenzie Rabordi. Caleb Christensen. Skylar Dumas. Max Bragg. Peyton Christensen. Kimberly Nix. Ruby Florencio. Sounds like the flu has wiped out some students, so they didn't purposely miss. Patricia Jones, okay, I still names. Ashlyn Toller, McKaylee Robles, Valentina Sagastumi, Chloe Copeland. Anna Kaniki, Peyton Eaton, and Riley Davis. If Mr. Supis, Miss Downs-Lewis, Miss Aramasby, Mr. Stratka, if you will join us up front for a photo. The Wyoming School Boards Association, the WSBA, celebrated local school boards during the week of February 6th through 10th, 2023. Elected school boards play a crucial role in communities and schools across the state. We would like to show the school board members an appreciation for their dedication and hard work. These public servants voluntarily tackle the enormous job of governing school districts. Their actions and decisions affect the present and future lives of our children and serve administrators, school staff, and the community. We ask our trustees what it means to them to serve as a trustee on the Board of Education, and here are a few statements. Being a board member to me means being a voice for the community, the students, staff, and administrators. Being a successful board member further means leaving this position at some point in time, wherein the overwhelming majority of staff looks forward to coming to work each day and is proud of the district they represent, and each student receives a quality education that provides them the foundation they need to pursue their future dreams. Another trustee added, I look at this position as an opportunity to support both the educational staff as well as parents and students. I'm here to support change in the areas that need it and to help build in areas that are strong. I also wanted to help build a stronger bond with the needs of our outer lying schools. Another trustee says it is an honor to represent District Number 1 as a trustee, and I take the role very seriously. Prior to making any decision, I listen to questions, comments, and concerns, weigh the pros and cons, look at the data, and think about what's best for students. I've learned over my years of service that making the right decision can be tough and difficult, but it is still the right one to make. Doing what is right isn't always easy. As we continue navigating the never-ending changes and challenges of the future of education, I'm ready to do my best to represent School District Number 1. Another comment submitted was, for me, serving on the Board of Education is an opportunity to witness the great things our students are accomplishing. The recognition of students and staff at our board meeting, as well as handing their diploma to our students at the completion of their high school experience are highlights for me. They might be excelling in academics, music, art, athletics, CTE, or whatever their interests may be. Is there more work to be done? Absolutely. But that is the challenge, to afford our students the best we can to meet their individual needs to become contributing members of our community and society in general. Let's give a hand to our board members. And that concludes recognition for this evening.
Item number 5 on the agenda, I would entertain a motion to suspend the board meeting and open the public hearing. Is there a motion? It's been moved by Mr. Wright. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. We are in a public hearing to amend the 2022-2023 budget.
Good evening, Chair Jellicoe, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent McGovern. The purpose of the public hearing tonight is to review the budget amendment before the board. The budget resolution encompasses the following grants. One is the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. The purpose is to close the grant. The remaining funds of $597,340.94 were moved to the Y-Built grant in January of 2023. The second grant is the ARP HCY, which stands for Homeless Children and Youth. We are reclassifying funds to increase funds available for student supplies. ESSER 3 After School and Summer Learning Grant is a new grant that is being presented to the board. Carissa Act ESSER 2 grant is being put before you for reclassification of funds for interventionists and workforce stabilization. ESSER 3 ARP is the funds are being reclassified for interventionists, workforce stabilization, preschool, and daycare. If you take a look at the itemized analysis, which comes with all the ESSER grants for the board hearing purposes, you will see everything has been updated, as well as the ESSER 3 After School and Summer Learning Grant has been added to the list. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have received no written public comment regarding the public hearing. Is there any in-person public comment for the public hearing? Any public comment for the public hearing? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing and reconvene the board meeting. Is there a motion? It's been moved by Mr. Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Summers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. We'll move on to the superintendent reports. District preschool and daycare and the early childhood education program.
My shoes gave me away. Good evening, trustees, members of our community. Thank you for the opportunity to visit with you tonight. What I'd like to present to you is a proposal for a district preschool and a district daycare program for our district employees for the daycare. On our presentation, on the second slide inside, this really is the district strategic plan. And we know that timing is everything as we move forward. And a couple of things I just want to share about this slide. You'll notice that the date for the district strategic plan, it ends at the end of this school year. So we have new members of our board, but we also have a good time to be able to take our district to the next level and address some areas that there's a need to support our students as well as our employees. And so one of the things that we're interested in is some innovative ways that not many districts have implemented so far, and that is a district preschool and the daycare for our employees. On this slide right here, the funding that we're using for this, and Mr. Duncan will go into that a little bit more here, but there's a couple of things for startup funds. And they are coming from federal CARES dollars. In order to use the grant funds, there's a couple of pieces that are going to be really important. And the first one is that we're showing that it is a reasonable use of funds and that it is necessary to address learning loss that we have within the district. When Ms. Carter was up just a couple of minutes ago, she was talking about workforce stabilization funds and being able to use the money in different areas. That is actually one of the uses for the district daycare for our employees. We wanted this to really be a recruitment and retain strategy for us to support our employees, to fill open positions, and I'll go into some of that data for you, and then also be able to give back to our community. These ideas here are not ways to hurt providers that are currently in our community. It is not to hurt small preschools that are in business, and it is not to hurt daycare providers. What we are doing is simply addressing a need that we know our community has in spite of some of the things that are currently in place. And trustees, I must say, and to our community, part of this presentation I do struggle with. I presented it to our leadership team, and I also mentioned it to our Head Start staff over in Overland. And I mentioned this to them also. A couple of things. First of all, it was really hard for me to make sure that I give enough information for our Board of Education to be able to make an informed-based decision, but also not to go so far down the road for it because I didn't know if it would be approved by our board first. So I'll try to address those pieces about next steps of where we would need to go for that prior to making a decision. So the first thing, to use the grant funds under the ESSER CARE funds, again, we mentioned that it needed to be necessary, a reasonable use of the money, and then also address learning loss. A couple of items on this slide that I believe are really important. One is a state statute, and I listed that for you, where it mentions the target of having 85% of our third graders read at grade level. And I'll go into how our students are performing on a K-6. And then also using high quality curriculum and professional development. And that will also come through the use of grant funds to get that up and going. Next slide. On these next three slides, this first one, the data that's presented here is actually a couple of different ways to take a look at it. So if we started, for example, with kindergarten and we went vertically going down, you can tell in 1819 that 70% of our kindergartners were proficient. Then going down, it was the COVID year. The next class went to 45%, and then the following year went up to 58%. So these are the different classes of kindergartners that are coming through. The next part of information is color-coded according to the cohort of students. So if you take a look at that dark purple, the 70, if you follow that same group of students, so when those kindergartners became first graders, that was the COVID year. The year after that, the ones that were 70% proficient in kindergarten are now 46%. And then as third graders, there's the 55. On the next slide, when you take a look, we actually looked at, for our third grade, we looked at two pieces of data. So one, what does the statute say? The second part, we looked at Acadience, which used to be our DIBELS data. And then also on the slide that we're on, we also are looking at our Y-top scores. And the Y-top scores are measuring the standards that the state of Wyoming has determined that our students need to know and be able to do. So again, taking a look at third grade, just to highlight that, it was at 58% proficient on the YTOP. Going down, it went to 44 and then 36%. If you follow the cohort in the dark orange, you can see where it started at 58 and it is down to 51.7. And you'll be able to see all of the other grades as well. Next slide. And so we carried that all the way through 5th grade. This right here, for grant purposes, is showing that we do have a learning loss that is an allowable use of funds to get this going. The next piece on here, I wanted to show what does this really look like when we talk about employees then in Sweetwater 1. So as mentioned before, this is really a dropout prevention strategy because in the district daycare for our employees, we would also like to have that available for any of our students that are parents as well. And so that subgroup is small, but it would provide an opportunity for our students to be able to go to school and not have to worry about childcare so that we can help them earn a diploma. Some data that I put on here that would be good information to really show that we are unable to fill positions. And it's been very difficult when you're trying to run an organization and you have so many open positions and then try to meet all the needs that our kids deserve on a daily basis. But on this one back in 2021, we had 11 and a half certified positions that were open on the first day of school. And so we closed 6 of them, and then we put in 5.5 long-term full-time subs. And let me say that some of our long-term subs, absolutely, 100%, they need to go back to school and get their teaching degree. We appreciate what they are doing for all of them, 100%. And we appreciate the jobs of what they're trying to do and walk in those shoes as a regular teacher would. On the next slide, in the following year, in 21-22, so I'm showing over time longitudinally what happened to that. So we started with 11 and a half. The following year, we had 28 certified positions. We closed 3 of them and then again hired 25 long-term full-time subs. And then let's go to our current school year. And on the opening of the school year, we had 52. So the gap that we've got on here is increasing. And you can see by reading through, it's in all areas, all across the board for certified positions. But it's not only certified. So if you go down a little bit more, it talks about the 26 and a half full-time long-term subs that we hired, but also it is affecting our classified staff. So we had 27 open paraprofessional jobs, 10 bus routes that did not have a bus driver. And so that has some of our mechanics that are driving. I know our director, our assistant director, our office staff, they have also pitched in to help drive. And then we also had 7 nutrition services positions that we were not able to find a sub assistant for food service on the very first day of school for kids to get breakfast or lunch. So with that information, then we're showing you that it would be a reasonable use of funds, that it's necessary, and that is a recruitment and retaining strategy. The next piece in this process was I sent out a survey to our district staff and really left that open. One, I asked some questions about could you support this, but also some of the other questions were really open-ended because by doing that, 2 purposes. One, I could hear and read what they wanted me to know, but the other was as much information that I could answer in my presentation here for you this evening. So this first question on here is, would you support it, the district preschool, if it had primarily funded through our grant funds? Not all of it, but primarily that's what we're going to use to get this going. Almost 98% of the district staff said, yes, we would support that. The second question on here was to our staff. If you have preschool age students that are 3 and 4 in the next school year, would you be interested in that for your own child? 81%, I want to just kind of mention, 81% of our staff said that they don't have kids that are preschool age. So of the 19% that was left, you'll see 17.6% said, yes, I would be interested in that for preschool. And then a couple of things in the comment section on the survey. I think the most important thing was a sense of transparency and putting all the information out there, from where's the money coming from, how would students get into the preschool, open positions for the daycare, how much would it cost to be able to have one of their children over there, all that type of information. So transparency came forward quite a bit. Also, as you can see, I tried to give the big themes on here, which was a high need in both of them. Our staff really wanted a sense of kindergarten readiness for kids as they come in to the district. They wanted to know the cost for parents, as I had mentioned. How big would the sizes be for our preschool age classes? And then more specifics from a lot of our parents wanting to know what would they have to bring into the daycare. So if they brought their child in there, what would the district provide for? What would they need to bring as a parent? And then also a couple of other things. It's really important to be able to say that for the daycare, we want this to be as cost neutral as we can for the district. It is not a revenue maker for Sweetwater One for the daycare whatsoever. This is truly, the idea is to be able to sustain this, to provide something that our staff desperately needs, that our community has a need that they are unable to meet the demand for that, and then really support our staff so that they could have people that are caring for their kids during the day and so that they can do a great job working for us. Also, one other part that was important was the question from a lot of our staff about transportation for their kiddos if they were over there in the daycare. And so we did some checking with the Wyoming Department of Ed, and if they are school-age children, so 5 and up, actually through 6th grade is what we would support for the daycare, that our students would be able to have busing from the daycare at Overland to their schools. So if I had a kindergartner that went to North Park, then they would be able to get a bus that would take them there. And then the same thing at the end of the day. So if we had a 4th grader at Pilot Butte, at the end of the day, Mr. Klingenpeel and Ms. Knezevich would be able to have a route that would just drop the kids off over back at Overland. And again, trustees, a couple of things. The proposal that's coming before you, so one of the things that I struggled with was making sure that we have enough information for our community to be informed, but also for you to make a decision. The other part is being able to support our outlying schools. So getting this up and rolling here in town, but also what could we do in the future for Desert School in Wamsutter and for our Farson Eden School? So how could we make some opportunities happen? Possibly in the future would definitely be something to look at. Another district question was, would you be in support of a daycare for district staff and students that are parents? This came from the survey. And we had 97% of our staff that would support that as well. Another question on here was, we really wanted to kind of get a temperature check of, so if this daycare was a go, what would be the ages of kids? What is the quantity of little ones that we would serve over there? And please know, this is not how many would definitely go in for next year, but it is a very valid talking point of interest so that we could see, okay, what need do we have here in Sweetwater 1? And you can tell by this information that's before you on this chart, if you look at the 0 to 12 months, the little babies on there, 21, a very high need. And you can take a look all the way through. So 16 between the 1 and 2, the 2 to 3, 17 of them. The 3 to 5 is 33. That's a lot. There's preschool age kiddos. School age, 42. So that data right there from our current staff is telling us that's on their mind. These are concerns that our employees have, even our school age. And then you can tell the 135 on there, the 62, almost 63%, they don't have daycare age children. But important to note that although they may not have daycare or preschool age children, they still said overwhelmingly, almost 97% said that they would support it because they remember what that was like. And that's a hard thing to do every day, is to make all those ends meet and work full time and give back to other people's kids and then also take care of their own. On this next slide right here, it was really important to recognize a sense of tradition. And I think that's very important that we remember always about where we come from. So for example, we have our district crest up behind us, and that is actually a new one. The colors are back to the black and white, the original district crest, but that is almost 100 years old. And it started out in Rock Springs High School with some kids in student council, and they developed that. And then over time, over the last 97, 98 years, that's really become the symbol of Sweetwater 1. When you take a look at this slide here, it had the ribbon cutting for our Head Start program, which is over at Overland School currently. And so when we had the open house for them and we moved them in, it was really important about that sense of tradition as well. So when Dr. Winston was at Overland and when Mr. Allen was over at the building, they had adopted, I believe, for our Overland Bobcats. And so when they had the ribbon cutting, it was really important for them, and you can see it in this picture, where they are around that sign. And so as moving forward, so if a preschool class came in, if the daycare came in, they would really be part of an early childhood education program held at Overland Elementary School that would encompass 3 parts: a Head Start, a preschool, and then a daycare. Head Start currently has 5 classrooms over at Overland. Our proposal to get this off the ground, and again, we're starting small. For that, we would like to propose 3 preschool classrooms with 20 students in each of those. So 20, 40, 60 for those. And then for our daycare classes, I want to walk you through a little bit about daycare. We did some pricing as far as for a principal and executive director for that building, and we'll get into that a little bit more. But very important, next slide, about tradition and remembering where we come from as we build the district moving forward. This slide right here is actually an organizational chart, and I wanted to provide a visual about how would the leadership of this fall, and then how would it look over at the school. Down on the bottom in the blue, so third from the left, the column going down at the bottom, you'll see it says open, principal executive director for Overland School. Those positions, principal positions, I evaluate those. So in the organizational chart for the district, knowing that students are on the very top, that is where a position would fall. You'll notice on the board agenda, trustees, later on in the agenda, I am asking for your consideration and approval for a principal and an executive director position for Overland. We have a district policy, it's a G policy, and it says that any initial certified position needs to be approved initially by the Board of Education. And so it's coming before you this evening because we have never had a preschool in the district. We've never had, of course, the daycare. And so having a leader that would oversee that building would be very important, but it would also require your permission. It needed to come before you this evening because here we are in February, and pending board approval, there's a lot of work that we would need to do to get it going. One of those, for example, would be the process for how do kiddos get into the preschool? What would that registration process look like? What would the final cost be for our daycare? And so a lot of those decisions really need to be made in collaboration with whoever the next principal executive director of that building would be. But on the next slide, to give you an idea about, so what would Overland tentatively look like? So in the blue would be the leadership of the school. Underneath that, Lisa DiBernardi is the director of Head Start. And then right across from that, you're noticing an open director of preschool and daycare. And I need to clarify for you exactly what does that position look like. Trustees, it is not a certified director position. It is not on the type of salary schedule that our director of transportation, our director of facilities, our director of nutrition services. This position on the director preschool daycare is required by the Department of Family Services in order to operate a licensed daycare. And the requirements of such are not a certified position whatsoever. It is more of a managerial and more on the business side of things. So it is not another position on the administrator salary schedule. However, the principal and the executive director would. We need an academic leader to support that building on the instructional leadership side, as well as, oversight for the building. Underneath that, too, trustees, you're going to notice an early literacy family engagement liaison. This position would be funded through Ms. Garner's, the YBuilt grant. It is an allowable use of grant funds. And trustees, I will say those two positions, the director, the preschool of the daycare, and then the early literacy family engagement liaison, those job descriptions have not been created at this time before you. Again, I didn't want to go so far down that road without knowing if we were a go or not. Those would come, but they would also be in collaboration with the principal and the executive director of that building. This slide right here, I wanted to provide, it's very brief, but I wanted to give a timeline about, okay, so what are we looking at? If this was a go, what would be the implementation for this? And you can see by looking at it why it was so important to bring the administrator position in front of you this evening. Primetime hiring is we are there. We are on the verge for those kind of things. And so if that was a go, we would need to get that open and be able to allow time for people that felt they were qualified for the position, that they would have time to apply. And that would be inside the district, outside the district. These are an open position. And then as you can see through the timeline on here, on the board agenda, there's also an item, trustees, where I'm asking permission, if this was approved, to be able to go out to bid for some of the items that would furnish the school over there. We went over, Mrs. Gardner, Mr. Celeroli, and I, we went to Westridge to take a look to see, are there items over there that we would be able to use for a preschool, for a daycare. We did find some items, small chairs, for the little itty bitty guys over there. We were able to find that, but we would need to order those items and paid for under the use of grant funds. But that takes a lot of time to run the bid process and make sure you're not running into a supply issue and we get those items. Ideally, with Mr. Celeroli, we're looking at hopefully having the building completed by June 1st. He's working on the other side, but then that would still be set up for the furniture and filling the position so people can go in and get those decorated and ready to go. You've got to set those things up if you're going to be the one running those. This picture right here is just a visual for our community that this is what one of the empty rooms, what they look like. And so we would like to have, Stephanie Tolman has done infrastructure for technology for this building. So our littles, just like our other schools, would be able to have technology that they could use when they're ready to use. And then also what's really a seller, if you've been a part of early childhood, is the bathrooms. There's lots of little guy bathrooms all the way throughout that building. And if you have young children, that is very, very important. The next couple of slides, I'm going to step aside and I'm going to let Mr. Duncan talk to you a little bit about the money, where's it coming from, and how would that be sustained.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent McGovern. So this first slide kind of pencils out what the cost would be for one preschool classroom for 1 year. And you're looking at about $216,750 plus the cost of the liaison, because we haven't put a number to that one yet. As Superintendent McGovern mentioned, the staff to student ratio is 2 to 20. So within that, there would be one certified teacher, 168 contract days, which is our normal school year, one full-time teaching assistant, and this would be a 10-month position as well. There'd be a full-time early literacy family engagement liaison, 10-month as well. Materials and supplies, $3,500 for year one and going forward. Curriculum and resources, $4,750 year one and going forward. Equipment estimated at $26,000 for, excuse me, the first year. We don't know what it's going to be the following years, but that's an estimate for the first year. So the total cost for the 3 rooms would be a little over $650,000 plus that liaison position. As far as sustainability goes, for year one, the funds will be comprised of the ARP money and also the various grants that are lined out in those particular line items. For year 2 and going forward, there'll be the various grants as well, most of which would be Title I funds. Any questions on the preschool part? Nope. Okay, next
Any
slide.
questions, comments? Please proceed.
Thank you. Personnel costs for the daycare classrooms, $1.243 million, and this includes the executive director / principal, the daycare director, and also the staff for the 10 classrooms. And the way the staffing goes is there are certain criteria, staffing ratios that you have to meet based on the age of the kids. And so, for example, if you had to have 2 staff members in a classroom with 8 infants, you really have to have 4 bodies to cover that over the 11-hour day that this will be offered. And so, for example, one way this could look like based on the survey results is you could have 8 cribs per classrooms for 3 classrooms, and that would take 12 caregivers. For 12 to 24 months, 10 children per classroom, 2 classrooms, 8 caregivers. 24 to 36 months, 18 children per classroom, so we need 1 classroom. 3 to 5 years, 20 kids per classroom, we'd need 2 classrooms of those. 6 to 12, 22 children per classroom, and we would need 2 classrooms for those. The total, you're looking at 10 classrooms, about 46 caregivers, and that would be, of course, the maximum. And the way this works is that after you take out the administrative piece, you can scale your classrooms up and down based on the needs of the kids. So the cost of the daily rate doesn't go up much when you scale them up like that, as long as you can fill all of your slots. You go to the next slide, please, Zach. So this one lines out the startup cost for the materials, supplies, and equipment, and also the some of the personnel side. So we're looking at, as I mentioned before, an executive director, a daycare director, materials and supplies and equipment for all classrooms. In year one, the sustainability for this would be the daily rate that's charged for the staff in the classrooms itself. The other positions and material supplies would be covered by the ARP grants and other various grants. In year two, the sustainability comes from the daily rate that's charged plus the grants for the materials, supplies, and equipment. And with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions you might have.
Any other questions or comments? I think we're good.
Okay.
So on the slide about frequently asked questions, we wanted to provide some information that would help very much so in decision-making. So the daily rate for the daycare for employees, we have not determined that yet. We're pricing out what that could be. We'll know more. We know what our interest is from the survey, but we don't know exactly until that time comes when we have the registration process so that we could determine what that weekly rate would be. We would like to recommend that it does come through payroll deduction from our employees. That way they take care of what the daycare needs are for their kids, and it's just becoming a normal part of what we do and how we operate. The meals, are the meals available through nutrition services over there for our preschool kids? And that answer is yes. We've met with the Wyoming Department of Ed. It is a different program, though, than the National School Lunch Program. It's a separate program still through WDE and the state, but it's geared for early childhood. So there's a lot that is going to go into this. We're all learning together with it. But Ms. Aramosby and I and Mr. Celaroli, we walked through the school so we could see, about the kitchen, what would it look like. Also, we need to recognize that we may have two different food programs going on in there. One part would be from our Head Start program, and then the other would be for what the district preschool would be. Knowing that the vocabulary for all of this, these would be our preschool classes. It's just that the funding source behind them, we don't want to do anything to hurt the grants of where they're coming from. So we'll handle those accordingly. We are looking at hours on Monday through Thursday from 6:45 in the morning until 5:45 at night. And then on the Friday, where it is a professional development Friday, we are looking at 7:30 to 4:30. So the idea that it follows the school calendar. If it was a closed Friday where there wasn't PD, then everything over there would be closed as well. So the employees that work at the building have the same benefit as other employees. The Kinder Boost program, we have that in Desert View and Stagecoach. They would remain in their schools. They are funded through a different grant through special services. So through Casey's department, we're able to offer 2 Kinder Boost. We don't have the money for any more Kinder Boost classes, so we're maxed out as much as we can. They earn ADMs, and so it's important that they are tied to a school, and that's why they need to remain in the school. Plus, they also receive art, music, library, and PE, whereas the preschool would not. They would not. Certification for the teaching staff over in the preschool would be through Wyoming Professional Teaching Standards Board, the same way all of our other teachers are certified. One item that we've been asked a lot is child find, and that comes through special services. That comes through our special education funds. And back in 2021, the district started providing those services in district, and they have continued over here in Overland for our students that need those, ages 3 to 5. We service by law 3 to 21, and I would recommend that it continues over in Overland for next year. Can grandparents use the daycare? Grandparents can use the daycare if they are, one, employed by the district, and two, the legal guardian of the child. So they've got to be able to be the guardian for them. Would students that are parents, do they have to pay? No. That's a dropout prevention strategy that we'd like. And you'll see the other questions about, do we have a nurse available? They won't have a full-time position over there, but there will be support for the Early Childhood Center. And there's a lot of other items, trustees, that we're going to need your help with. There could be policy revisions for this. We know we have to put in a standard response protocol for pre-K, and that is available. So there's a lot of things that we need to do yet, and we recognize that. On the next slide, I wanted to give you a visual about, okay, what could this building possibly look like? So the blue is the current Head Start classrooms. And please know, the yellow is the 3-district preschool that could come in. That is completely a draft. It does not mean that's where these classes for sure are going to go, but we really wanted it to be an idea that people can collaborate together. Early childhood teachers have a PLC together. They learn together, they grow together, and preschool curriculum is what unites them. On the purple, those would be the daycare rooms, possibly, all the way through. So the building would be ready to go through Mr. Celeroli, and we would take it from there. The next slide talks about the curriculum. What would they learn? This was a common question in the feedback, and we would really address those according to the Wyoming Early Literacy Standards, the Early Learning Standards. And we know that with Mrs. Gardner's grant for YBuilt that she works with Ms. Carter, those are aligned in that grant. So all their curriculum that they buy has to be aligned to those as well. And last slide for you on this is, what would the next steps for this be? And so if approved, there needs to be a communication rollout that goes to our staff, that it goes to our community. But I think it's really important that we have the facts to be able to put out for people. So if it was approved, the next thing our parents are going to want to know is, how do we enroll? And so when I think about, would this hurt the community? We know our Head Start program has, at one time, they had about 50 students on a wait list to get into Head Start. I believe it's lower now, and it was around 35. So when I say that it is not out to hurt other entities, it is true, because those 35 kids may go into an outside preschool, or they may not. They may enter kindergarten with no preschool coming in. And then you can see going through about, we're going to need playground equipment for the little guys. They need indoor playground equipment. So we're going to need to find funding sources for all of those. So there's a lot of work that needs to come, but I welcome any questions from our board at this point.
Any questions? Mrs. Thompson?
Madam Chair, just as you were going through the presentation, I did have a question that popped in my head. Are there going to be daycare spots available for employees who are not full-time, that work part-time, and how I know we're just kind of talking, not all the logistics, but would they be able to do like a half slot for half a day, or how would that work?
Madam Chair?
Superintendent McGovern.
Sure. Mrs. Thompson, so the idea for this is that the employee daycare would be for all of our district employees, whether they were part-time, full-time, custodial, bus drivers, nutrition services, secretaries, teachers, administrators. It would be for all of them to be able to provide support so that they could work. And it's really important. We've been in contact with the Department of Family Services. It needs to be licensed. And then we do have opportunities to work with waivers so that if we were licensed, which we would need to be, that employees that received a waiver that would essentially pay for their daycare, that could even be used to supplement what they need to go to work for us.
Other questions or comments? One of the questions that I saw as going through the comments was that rather than technology directed, that the early childhood standards, are they based more around play and paper and pencil kinds of things and stuff like that, rather than technology per se?
Madam Chair?
Please.
So the answer to that is yes, it is. It's based around play, gross motor skills, and the standards on there really will address early literacy, early numeracy, and then social skills. What's really nice about that building and the technology infrastructure that is currently in place is that you could do a lot of things that they have the smart boards that are on the walls, the smart TVs. So you could put up your early literacy and the kids could go up and touch which one is the recognition for lowercase a. What would a lowercase b? And the kids actually, and they're down low, so it's low like the restrooms are, but they're also low for our little guys because they've got to touch it, they've got to mess it up, they've got to do all those kind of things for their learning. So it has the possibilities to address the standards that are play and how to hold a pencil, how do you hold crayons, all those kind of things. But it also allows for things that they could do within their classroom so that our kids come into kindergarten ready, and that also includes being ready with some technology.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next report that we'll move on to is the graduation rates and student performance. Mrs. Garner, Mr. Supis, Mr. Blake,
Yes.
Mrs. Rosanico.
Good evening, Chair Jellicoe and trustees. This evening, our presentation is around the 2022 graduation rates, which were recently released by the Wyoming Department of Education. Wyoming continues to pride itself on high expectations and high standards for all graduates. The overall state graduation rate saw increases over the last 8 years. Although this year, the state rate did decrease just over 0.5% from 82.4 down to 81.8. So for the first time in 9 years, they saw a decrease. Our Sweetwater, number one, oh, Zach, can you pull up my presentation? I'm sorry. We're on slide 2 there. Thank you there, Zach. Our Sweetwater's number one strategic plan, in partnership with our stakeholders, sets standards high for our students and assures dedication to providing a high-quality education that will empower and inspire our students for academic excellence. Although last year, when I reported, our graduation rate had dipped slightly, the class of 2022 remained resilient despite the challenges that they faced from the pandemic, and we now show an increase of graduates with a 76.29%. The high school principals are excited to share what has been happening in their buildings to help move us forward in an upward trajectory. Next slide, Zach. Oh, that's her, thank you. And then next slide. As a district, we have many supports in place to help increase student success. We have a focus on improving literacy outcomes for all. We are bringing in consultants, K through 12, to support teaching and learning. We have students benefiting from the general diploma. We have summer school and credit recovery being offered both during Friday school and during summer school. We have our virtual school in place, providing an opportunity for around 130 full or part-time students to attend school virtually. We have professional development opportunities in the spring and summer for our teachers. And we have interventionists and grad coaches in place this year, a strong team, especially in our secondary buildings. We have social emotional supports that are being funded through a variety of our grants, and we have college and career academies that are continuing to focus and provide high interest for students. So now I will turn this over to the high school administrators to share the important work that they have for student success.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board, Superintendent McGovern. I'm here to present on behalf of Rock Springs High School. Sorry, next slide, Zach. This is, with this slide right here, it shows that the four-year graduation rate and trend that is taking place. We saw a slight, ever so slight improvement from the year before. With a 74.77% graduation rate. Next slide, please, Zach. So the best way to kind of sum this up was last year I made a presentation, and I'm just going to visit about the factors that we talked about last year and where we're at with each of those. So it restates here. You can see the different graduation rates with the addition of the academy graduation rates, and then our CTE graduation rates. And these are high numbers. These are students that show a particular area of interest, and they strive for excellence. One of the things that I was reminded of by a staff member today is that we talk about the great graduation rates of our academy students, but overall, we still had 74% of our students last year graduate. 74% of those students did what they needed to do, accomplished what they needed to accomplish, and they graduated. We walked them across the stage. So even though sometimes we focus on what are we doing to get better stuff, we still had 75% plus or minus that actually walked across the stage. And that's something to be celebrated. It's not where we would like to be, but we should acknowledge the fact that there are still 3/4 of our student body, they're doing what they need to do, and they're achieving at high rates. And yes, we have 90% graduation rates in those skill areas, but in the long run, we still had good graduation rate. I believe that we're still on track. Last year, I made the announcement that by the end of this school year, the 22-23 school year, we should be at 79% for this graduating class. We continue to have those factors that affect our graduation rate, whether it be the 16 non-diploma students that are enrolled. These are students that are on certificate programs. We started out with 35. We have 35 students that we lost due to dropouts with this cohort group. We measure our cohort group with the first day of enrollment as they are freshmen, and we track them throughout the 4 years. And we lost 35 of them. And currently we have 319 students in this graduating class. And even with factoring out and hoping that everybody does what they need to do, the best that we could have at Rock Springs High School is at 85%. And last year our state average was 81%. So we have a challenge. It's like going into a boxing match with one arm tied behind your back. But we continue to strive, and we have put some great things in place that I'd like to share with you tonight. We have 83 seniors that have been identified as at risk, and that's not including our virtual high school students. The students that are enrolled at the virtual high school are enrolled in Rock Springs High School. They received Rock Springs High School diplomas. So that throws in another factor that we have to take a look at. And with 83 seniors that are at risk right now, our graduation coaches are helping out and working with over 57 of them at this time. So we're getting there. We're making a difference. Next slide, please, Zach. This is a long list of all the things that we identified last year and where we were at. There are some highlights. Of course, the work with the Don't Ever Stop consultants has helped us out tremendously. Dr. Stoll and Mr. Giddings. Our vision statement, creation, and the realignment of the curriculum and the establishment of the guaranteed and viable curriculum. That was huge. These are big steps in moving us towards a higher graduation rate. We've had several extended learning opportunities where we have recovered 112 semester credits, half credits. We've had 170 learners involved. 253 of them have been enrolled since the start of the school year. Summer school was very successful with the accumulation of 525 semester half credits earned with the evidence-based grading in the Canvas system. We will continue summer school in this process this next summer. We've had the establishment of different tiers, and just with this first semester alone, our tier 1 credit recovery, we've already recovered 89 semester credits. General diploma meetings, as of right now, we've gone from 33 last year to 49 students that are on the 18 credit, the general diploma track. We have strong relationships with our virtual high school, and that continues to help support our learners in different times of need. We help with our general diploma meetings. We help with the attendance meetings. We conduct the special education meetings, and we also do credit recovery for those students, even though they're within the virtual setting. The 23-24 school year will have the inaugural CTE Academy start. Currently, we have 89 students officially signed up for this academy, and that is going to provide an opportunity. And at this time, we have 45 sophomores or future sophomores that will be enrolled in the CTE Academy. So we have a good start with the academy process with our career technical ed. Next slide, please. We continue our PLC work. PLC work not only with Rock Springs High School teachers, but with Black Butte High School teachers as well. We sponsored a 7 through 12 articulation meeting, and we are looking at planning another one of those on April the 17th. We piloted some evidence-based grading systems this first semester. We learned a lot. We have a lot more to do, but evidence-based grading has proven to be a beneficial factor in what we're doing and trying to ensure that students are demonstrating their knowledge on the standards. We continue to support a full inclusion model at Rock Springs High School with our special education. We service about 200 students through special education, and we are pushing in constantly to help provide supports for them. Power Hour, formerly known as Tiger Time, is in full swing. We identify students that need remediation and realign them with the teachers during that Power Hour time to get the support that they need. This has been a huge change in what we tried to do last year with Tiger Time. Our Power Hour has been incredibly successful, and on top of it, every Thursday, those students that are getting done what they need to get done have opportunities for enrichment activities. As you can see on the slide, we've done everything from offering open gyms to crocheting, all kinds of fun activities for students to participate in if they are getting it done in the classroom. Learner advocacy remains to be a strong focal point for us. We've conducted 2 years of our climate survey. We've seen an increase in the student advocacy portion, along with staff and student respect. We hope to continue to strive and provide that survey. We had one of the highest numbers of student involvement in that survey this year. And even when you see more students participate, you always worry if the numbers are going to hurt us. We did see an increase in our student involvement and our student awareness. So our climate is slowly improving. Don't Ever Stop is helping us develop SOPs. This is in alignment with our efforts to strengthen the culture and establish operating procedures. We also are implementing sources of strength. We have our first training that I'll visit about during public comment tonight about sources of strength in our branching minds. We believe that these two will help us and help us find those areas of need for our students. And last year, we had identified the need for an early warning system based upon data from our learners coming to us from the 8th grade. We've been able to confirm and establish that 8th graders coming to us and what those categories are that would classify them as possibly at risk for attaining their graduation, their diploma. Those remain, discipline and attendance and core class failures. So we are going to keep working with the junior high, and our 712 articulation is the focal point for that, on how we can support even our 8th grade learners before they become Rock Springs High School students. And finally, Zach, last slide. I want to talk about these three right here. We had to blur out the image here, but these are our three grad coaches, Mr. Akers, Ms. Reynolds, and Mrs. Margrave. And what you see right here is the first student that we were able to work with so that student could earn his diploma. The student was definitely credit deficient, participated in summer school, and then came back. And halfway through the first semester, he was able to earn all of his credits. So this was our first diploma received through the efforts of our graduation coaches. At this time, we have been able to help graduate over 5 students that were credit deficient and not able to graduate last May. We were able to get them across the stage in a great fashion. Our graduation coaches and interventionists, you can see the daily statistics with 6 attendance calls per day, 5 low grade calls per day, 5 learner parent guardian contacts a day, 16 teacher contacts a day, 11 administrator contacts, 13 counselor contacts, 64 student contacts. And that's just because we started tracking what we were doing with our grad coaches. They are making a difference. They are helping us. And as you can see, they're servicing 57 of the current at-risk seniors. And so a huge shout out goes to them for all the hard work they're doing. And this has been an outstanding addition. We couldn't do it without them and all their support. So that's currently what we're doing at Rock Springs High School. Are we going to do the whole presentation and then take questions, or do you want to do individual?
Do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Supas?
And if you think of one, don't worry, I'm not leaving. So I'll be around. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would just like to suggest if we could assist when those graduates, if we could honor them at recognition or at a board meeting or
That's an
something like that, if that would
That's a good idea.
be supportive.
Yes, ma'am.
Have them and their families here and so forth. I mean, that's a milestone. It doesn't have to happen just one day in May.
That's outstanding. I never thought of that. That's a great idea. I will visit with my graduation coaches and see. That would be wonderful. That would be
I would-
wonderful. Those
be-
kids they've worked very hard, and some of them are coming in and they are just constantly plugging away trying to get that credit that they need. And these are not students that are just 18 credit students. These are students that are 24 track as well. And they wanted that 24 credit diploma. So it's not like we cut back and said, no, let's just, they are very focused on it. And we have kids all the time coming in. And I was going to say this for public comment, but I'm going to share it now. I had to submit this presentation last week. And just the other day, grad coaches came in and they were able to secure 3 more students who had dropped out. They're back in school now.
Wonderful.
So we were able to get 3 more back in and they are on track. We've got their courses lined out. We should be able to get them to graduate before the end of this semester, but I will bring that up. Thank you.
On behalf of the board, I would extend that invitation.
Thank you. Thank you.
How's it going, everybody? Madam Chair, I have to lean down a little bit. So we'll go to my first slide. That's a picture of our bear mascot. Go Bears. We'll go to the next slide. So you can kind of see that we did dip a little bit, but we're still maintaining 84% of our graduation rate, and we're excited to have that at that level. Go ahead into the next slide. So I'm going to kind of talk about some of the things, what are we doing this year? So one of the biggest things, and it has been in coordination with Rock Springs High School, we have been doing a lot of our viable curriculum, identifying it. And we've also been working on things such as looking on the scope and sequence, making sure all those things that are our priority standards, that we are addressing those first with our students, so they're making sure that they're getting the knowledge they need, especially when it comes to state testing. Some of the other things we've been working through is we've had the luxury to have Don't Ever Stop with Gene and Copper coming to our school. We've had them at our school twice already. And we've been working a lot of student engagement. How do we get students involved? How do we get students a voice, and how do we get choice with them? And I was really pleased to say that we had Gene and Copper in our buildings in December, and they came back in January, and they were just excited with the amount of growth they've seen in my staff and willingness to actually be able to try new things. And even though it's sometimes uncomfortable, some of the change is uncomfortable for me also, but we're doing it. That's one of our code of our collaborations. Part of our code of collaboration in our school was they came up with that they want us to be able to try new things and just put it forward. So I was very excited that my staff came up with that piece. So in that, we've been working on student voice and choice, like I said. A lot of my teachers are actually starting to work more on goal setting, having kids monitor their learning. And I've even seen in my math classroom where there's differentiated instruction going on. They'll be working there with our special education teacher. I walk in, they're working in different levels. They have kids that are experts in the classrooms. So I'm seeing some great things within the classroom with that curriculum. So go into the next slide. So I'm just going to kind of share some cool things that we've kind of started this year. We're trying to find more opportunities for our students. So one of the things we just implemented this year is we call it Bear Buddies. And Bear Buddies is an actual mentor program where we hooked up with Desert View Elementary School, and we created a mentorship program. We have 18 of our students that go over there once a month, and they are working with a student from Desert View Elementary and providing mentorship, maybe drawing, coloring. The next time they're going to be doing some STEAM activities with these kids, and it's been a great success. Our kids love it. And the biggest complaint I heard, though, is a month is too far away. One of the kids said, how can we build friendships if we only see them once a month? So hopefully next year we'll be able to expand this, but we kind of wanted to try it out and start it, and it's been great for our school. The next thing I kind of like to talk about, we actually got interviewed by Wyoming Public Radio, so that was kind of nice. Chair Delco was there with us, but we actually have a sistership program with a school in Taiwan. And what we do is they've met twice already, and we're planning to do it more this next semester. But it's interesting, the first time we actually met with the students, it was 8 a.m. our time. And we got online and we did a Google Meet session with them. Well, it was 10 p.m. their time. So it was kind of interesting to see just the time difference for one, but just the conversations and learning about each other's cultures and what makes us different, what also makes us similar. The biggest thing I thought was kind of interesting, I got asked this question, do our students ride horses to school? So I had to say there are some communities still in the state that their kids ride horses to school, but we had to say no, most of our kids get to school by, getting the bus or driving a vehicle. So it's been great to see that continuing on. And Mr. Clifton, I'll give a plug for him. He's tackled this head on, and he's loving the program, and he's excited to just build those connections with our counterparts in Taiwan. And I don't have much anything else unless there's any questions.
Any questions or comments? And
Thank you for your time.
thank you for the opportunity to meet with Public Radio. That was great to share that experience. So thank you.
And you can share with your Taiwanese and Taiwanese, how do you say? Taiwanese friends that Farson students do ride horses to school once a year, pretty often. Good evening, Ms. McGovern, Chair Jellicoe, and the Board of Trustees. I'm Barbara Rosanica, the principal at Farson Eden School. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to speak about our school.
So as you can see, we are pleased to share that Farson Eden continues to boast 100% four-year on-time graduation for the 6th year. Last year, we graduated 12 students on a standard 28 credit diploma, and we are on track to graduate our 10 senior students this year. Next slide, Jeanette. Thanks. Strategies that are implemented which make this possible include using IXL with our school interventionist during the regular school day using a slide-out model, utilizing the reading horizons at all grade levels to remediate phonemic awareness skills for students with persistent reading difficulties, participation in the district-wide alignment of curriculum maps to the YTOP blueprints, the ongoing analysis of assessment data to progress monitor students and make adjustments to remediation and the general curriculum, the analysis of individual and school ACT data to guide ACT preparation opportunities for our students, and continued implementation of PLC data teams to monitor student progress and remediation efforts. Our end-of-the-day academic option time that we previously utilized has become more structured and focused on building strong relationships and student leadership skills, and we now operate it as a homeroom model. Each group of students has 2 advisors. On Monday, they still do their eligibility and Friday school list review. This is followed by our Habitude social emotional learning lessons. But then our students are grouped by student organizations to bring together like-minded individuals and advisors. Some of our students meet with FBLA, some with FFA. Our student council meets in the morning. Some students go to music who may not have opportunities for music during the school day. The students plan events, practice for contests, hold meetings, and complete projects. And this has allowed our student organizations to soar to much higher levels. For those of you who saw the presentation earlier, I've included a link for our FETV that was started this year. This is our student council produced Farson Eden television.
Good morning. Today is Thursday, January 12th, and I'm Cass Jones.
And I'm Connor Weiss. And to kick off the 7th episode today, we're going to go on to Griffin Romero with the sports section.
And there it messes with Zach Sound. So if you'd like to take a few minutes, this is 15 minutes long, but it provides all of the highlights to the different activities that happened at the Farson Eden School during December. It's a great video, and they do them about once a month.
Any questions or comments? Thank you. Okay, moving on, Mr. Celeroli with the district facility plan.
Madam Chair, members of the board, superintendent, anybody need a break? Well, this isn't going to be, I'll try to keep this pretty brief. I know a lot of you didn't have a chance to review, but for those of you who did have a chance to review it, rather than sit up here, I don't do slideshows. I don't, Zach can pull something up if we need to. But I just, this report that we used to do it every year, I've been doing it for now 20 years. They changed it a little bit. There's not a whole lot different to it. For those of you who are been on the board, we had a kind of a break for the COVID years, but anyway, it's required by the state that I do this report, tie in the facility assessments with it, and also it's a good time for me to inform not just you folks, but some of the folks in the audience who don't understand how we get our funding. Okay, so first I want to go over our funds for the year. I've been here now for going on 9 years. We spend about $4.5 million a year on what we call major maintenance. Major maintenance is above and beyond what we do daily. Okay, now we only get, it averages, it depends on the year of the school because it depends on capacity and things like that. We build our schools, the state tells us how big we have to build our schools. We build them to their standards and to their sizes. But if we don't fill those schools, our funding is decreased because we only get for butts and seats. Okay. So when we don't have that many kids in school, our funding is cut significantly, but I still have the same amount of square footage to take care of. We still have several older buildings to take care of. So I spend just under, well, like I think it's $4.6 million a year. I only receive 3.4 to 3.6 a year. When I first got here, we had $11 million built up into a major maintenance savings account. Now, the object is not to save money, it's to spend it and fix the schools and get the schools where they need to be. That $11 million over the course of the time with inflation and everything allows me to probably fix $25 million worth of issues. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. So we've been taking money out of that account and slowly spending it down. When we had money in that account, there are other funding streams available. There used to be minor cap, but now they have what they call component level spending. We were never eligible to receive component level spending because we had too much money in savings. So you have to spend the money. Otherwise, then at one time they looked at Rock Springs and they said, not just Rock Springs, but one or two of the other districts, that they actually was talk about legislatively holding back funding for major maintenance, because as facility directors, we used to go every year to select committees and JACs and tell them we need more money to maintain our buildings. Kind of hard to argue that point if you have $11 million at the bank, because they want to know, what are you doing with that money? Are you just saving it for a rainy day? Well, it's raining, and it's been raining for the last 9 years because we've been going through and fixing buildings. So, it's important that everybody realizes this. When we go into a building, when we do an upgrade to a building, we have to turn in a plan review. That plan review goes to state fire marshal. The state fire marshal then steps in and we have to come bring that building up to code. Okay. Now I'm in an argument with the state right now because I think major maintenance should be used to allow us to put life safety systems, fire sprinkler systems in our buildings. We have a couple of buildings that still don't have them. They're partially sprinklered, but not fully. About 12 years ago, the code changed. Sprinklers used to be put in buildings to maintain assets. 12 years ago, they decided that it actually saves lives. So we slipped over from a code issue to a life safety issue. But I still cannot fund it with major maintenance because I can only fund under state statute 21, I can only fund repair and replacement of. So if I have it, I can replace it and I can repair it. If I don't have it, I can't spend the money for it. If I have an enhancement, which is anything that is put in by the taxpayers of this district or funded with district funds somehow, and it's above and beyond what the state standards allow, has to be funded from the community rec mail dollars and 10%. Okay, so what 10% is, if they give me $3.4 million, I get 10% of that I can use for enhancements. The state statute says I can only use that 10%, providing I take care of the items that are listed on my facility condition index. That's an FCI score. 3 years ago when COVID hit, they didn't do very many scores. So this year they came out with an FCA, which is a facility condition assessment. That's what you have. It should be in your packet. The example that I sent you was the high school one. I have one on every single building in the district. And those, when you see the dollar signs, you have immediate, short-term, mid-term, long-term. That puts the priority on those projects. So when I turn in my 5-year plan, which you also have spreadsheets on, that 5-year plan, if you were to total that up, you think I was insane because there's no way that I'm going to meet any kind of budget because when you total those budgets up, they're well over what we receive. I still put those in there. And the reason I put those in is when you approve those, that means I don't have to keep going out and coming back to the board and ask you, can I go out to bid for this? Can I go out to bid for this? If we have a boiler go down, well, heck, I know the boilers in some of the buildings are 25 years old or older. I don't need an assessment to tell me. They made it official, but I put it on there anyway, because if I do lose a boiler or something, I can come back and I could just give you the price of the boiler and say, we went out to bid, or if it's an emergency, I have the option. I can just find it, pay for it with major maintenance money. I don't have to keep coming to the board or wait for a board meeting or do post approvals. Okay. Any questions about that kind of stuff?
Any questions? Please proceed.
Okay, the other thing too is I have 3 main statutes that I follow. They're in Titles 9, Titles 16, and 21. So the other day at one of our rec board meetings, our board member, Cole, had asked questions about, when we go out to bid. If you go out to bid, nobody shows up, or you don't get a price, what's the next step? That is dictated to me. It's not our policy. It is our policy, but our policies are based on statutes. Okay, so it is in statute 21, so I explained to him, and I can show you guys, my book looks like turkey feathers with all the statutes that I mark, all right? Okay. We've gone over the FCA scores, FCI scores, now right to the school construction department report. If you go to, I think it's page 11. Page 11 ties in my comments, tie in with the actual facility assessment of the Rock Springs High School. And this is where we really need you folks, because for the last 20 years, I have always gone to select committee meetings. I've gone to almost every single school facilities commission meeting. I've gone to every select committee meeting. I've gone to the JAC meetings when we were required to go. They don't really want to hear from me. They see me, they know Dan. They know Dan's going to come and ask for money, okay? They listen to other elected officials, because you elected officials represent constituents of Sweetwater County and Rock Springs. And we were promised, just like my note says in there, for those who don't have a copy of this, back in 2016, we had plans for 95%. We were ready to go to construction for a full blown out high school for Rock Springs. It came down to a JAC meeting that they held pretty much last minute on a Sunday night. And so we were, Mrs. McGovern and I were on our way to Cheyenne, got hit with a snowstorm, ended up camping out in Rollins and listening to what was going on. We each had representatives. She took two, I took two, and we were texting them back and forth. And there was a representative from Casper, well, he was one of the senators from Casper, who totally misrepresented our situation here in Rock Springs. So as a result, they funded Cary Junior High in Cheyenne, and we did not get the funding for our school. So the following year, we went back and we were fighting still for the high school, and they said, well, we're not going to give you a full-blown out high school, but we will give you something, because back then our capacity at the high school, which they even had that wrong. They were using their capacity numbers, but they didn't realize that the capacity numbers they had that they were using in their cohort study actually reflected at a time when that high school was 10, 11, 12, not 9, 10, 11, 12. So after we made all those corrections, we went to a select committee meeting, and we didn't expect that they were going to make us do a presentation, but we did a presentation for them. And it was at that time they said that they would back us for the satellite school. But at that meeting, Representative Harsman, who at that time I believe was the president of the House, asked me how long I anticipated the high school, that Rock Springs High School, to be a viable facility. And I told him back in 2017, 10 years. If you look at the facility assessment, and this, and you look at the dollar signs that they have, everything from the immediate to long-term, it really does back the information that we've had for the 9 years that I've been here. That the school, even if you could do something with the mechanical system, mechanical systems are not just millions of dollars to replace, but what do you do with the students in the meantime? That's not something you do over the summer. We don't have the land up there to put modulars to displace the students temporarily. I mean, we just don't, we can't do what a lot of other facilities and locations are capable of doing. So on page 11, I've addressed it. I've addressed it later on in the back in my comments as well. But like I said, on the 23rd, when I have my official meeting with the state, they will ask me about this. That is going to kick off, because I didn't want to send this in until the board was aware of how we're approaching this. But once that kicks in, the ripple effect down from Cheyenne to here is going to be pretty heavy. And we can't back down, because they used to, back in the old days, 20 years ago, they used to have what they call minor cap spending. And it was a capital fund that they gave to school districts in order to complete some projects that your major maintenance you didn't have the money for. They've eliminated that now. They have component level spending, but we never qualified because we had too much money. Well, we don't have that much money now because we had so many issues that had to, needed to be taken care of. Okay, so as far as the plan, if you saw anything or read anything, you have any questions about how you can help, what you can do, what we need to do for the high school moving forward, please contact me, contact Mrs. McGovern. But like I said, it doesn't do us any good for us to go there because they see us. It's much stronger if it comes from our board members. We have to work with our representatives. We have to work with the people from this, who are in Cheyenne now. Otherwise, we just don't have a voice, and it's not right. The report, as you go through the report, this report, just so you know, this is how it will go forward. There will be comments from the state. Once they go through the entire report and I have my face-to-face meeting with them, they'll send it back for Mrs. McGovern to sign it. Then once it signs, we're good to go. The other part that I have to do with this report, a lot of this you don't see. The report itself, when it goes in, is actually probably about 200-300 pages because I have to close out years worth of projects that we've been opening, and we don't close them out until we have all the budget numbers in from those projects. So there's a closeout report that goes with this. There's my Excel spreadsheet that goes with this. There's a lot of reports that are not in this, with the information that you have, but tie into this. But what you're really approving is my comments to make sure that I'm okay moving forward on this report. Any questions on the report?
Any questions?
Okay. The facility condition assessment itself, what we were just talking about, and I think it'll be available online. These will be available online. I don't have them for all the schools yet. They said that they've been going on this since October. In fact, I was just reviewing as many that I had. But there is one for every school so that you guys can look at it and see what they believe is in good condition, poor condition. Because I do know that the principals, and I don't blame them if I had a building I want stuff fixed, what's your priority, unfortunately, isn't the state's priority or mine. And that's just the way it is. But it is interesting to look and see and compare the spreadsheet that I put together over the past. Ours is continuously going. Our 5-year plan rolls over every year. Knock off 1 year, add another, and we see other things. We put them on there. But the consistencies were pretty good. I get input from all our guys when we do our plan. In the past, I've always asked principals for input, but this year, because they didn't do a plan for 2 years, and then all of a sudden in November, they told me I had to have my plan ready for December. I just didn't have the time to go to all the principals and sit down. So I just thought we'll go through. I know what the facilities need. They know with their assessments, they kind of dictate to me what they need. And but you're welcome to look at your school. If you need a copy of it, get a hold of me if you can't find one, and I can sure send you a copy. But the facility plan is pretty much, it's the gospel. It's what I have to follow. So when you have a member of the community who comes to you and says, hey, how come they're not going to fix this? How come they're not looking into this? We might. It may not be, like if you look at the report where it has $4 signs, and it's in immediate, that means it's something that's going to cost a lot of money, and I have to take care of it immediately. Fortunately, we don't have very many immediate needs, except at like the high school. Everything else is 1 to 5 years and further out. These numbers, I usually take the same numbers. For those when you look at the numbers with the asterisks, this year was the first year actually that I put in on the average between $55,000 and $85,000 per event for like something like wall repair. And this year was the first time that I've seen walls addressed on our facility assessments. And a lot of them are $3 signs, which the $3 signs is just under $1 million to do and that's if they do it at like a 5-year rotation. I try to get to, we're trying something new this year. We're trying to throw in nighttime crews that come around and paint and repair walls. And that's the other thing. I don't get money to paint the walls. I have to repair the wall before I can paint it in order for it to get paid for by major maintenance money. So, I mean, there's a lot of things. When people come to you and ask, how come they don't do this? If you don't know the answer, please just have them get a hold of me, because it's easier to explain it once than it is to debunk the rumor and try to explain it. Last item on your book is the FEA proposal. FEA is Facility Engineers Associates. FEA has done the state of Wyoming's facility condition assessments since I've been doing this work for almost 20 years. They used to come out by state statute every 2 years and do assessments on all of the buildings. For whatever reason, they went with another company, another professional service, to do the assessments this year. But I reached out to FEA because, for one thing, FEA has something that no one else has. They have the former director of the state of Wyoming's school facilities working for them, Del McComey. Del McComey is a Rock Springs guy. He worked for the Department of Transportation for the state of Wyoming for most of his career, switched over the last 8 years or so to be the head of the School Facilities Commission. Del McComey knows our high school situation inside and out. He has been with us every step of the way in the past from 2016. And after he retired from the state, he was put on board with FEA. I think it's a good idea to hire a third party to come in and not just prove or disprove the condition of the high school, but also provide a little bit more detail. Because the facility condition assessment is different than a facility index condition or condition index. Because the condition index gives you an industry standard score. 1 meaning it's not so good, 5 meaning it's brand new. Okay, and that I think is something that lacks in the new way that they do assessments. They don't really give our buildings a score. They tell us what's wrong with them. They give us a range of how much it might cost, and their range, they never really did say what their range is based on. FEA, when they did it, they used RS means, which is pretty much industry standard in your area for assessing, for giving estimates on items to repair. So FEA is more than qualified, because like I said, they've been doing the state's assessments for a long time. They have the people on that I think can put together a good package to give us the information so that when we do make it to go to the select committee, the JAC, to make our case for the school, for a new high school, I think they would give us backup information, more information than what the assessment does. And honestly, I think it's nice to have the assessment. I always say I was never so happy to see such a poor assessment, because it really validated what we've known for years. The condition of the scores, the condition of the buildings. But FEA, they know our buildings inside and out. They've been assessing these buildings for a long time. And I think that if the board looks through their proposal, I think what they're proposing to do is not just supply us information, but I also ask them for an hourly professional service breakdown. So should we decide, hey, you know what, we might need to have engineers sitting with us when we approach JAC or something, then we know approximately how much it's going to cost us in advance. But to put together the entire price, the entire packet, they gave us 2 options. The first option is actually included in the second option, but I don't think the first option is one that we want. I think the second option, is for $86,000, somewhere around there. I think gives us everything that we need. And that includes them coming here and doing structural analysis, doing the electrical analysis, mechanical analysis. The other thing too that I asked them is, I got with most of the department heads, and one of the things that I was taking notes over is, we need to know, will this building provide the students what they need to learn what's coming down the road, not what we already know, but 5 to 10 years down the road or longer. Doesn't have the infrastructure that we're going to need. Can we put the infrastructure in? And do we have the ability to run wireless unimpeded by the structure of the building? You know, we have to know that our buildings are going to support what we're going to teach over the next 10 years. And right now, I always give the example electrical. Our new schools have 3 circuits per classroom. The high school probably has 1 circuit for 3 classrooms. So if you have computer kids in one room and somebody, they shouldn't have a coffee pot, but if they do have a coffee pot, they brew that 1 cup, boom. Not only do they not get coffee, but everybody doesn't get educated for a while. So, you know, the newer schools, when you look in a school, every other outlet is on a different circuit. And like I said, in our schools, and plus because of the capacity issues that we've had to deal with over the years, we've gone in there and sectioned up classrooms and we've moved things around. So, I mean, nothing is consistent and it's run its course. It was a good school, but it's time to move on. Does anybody have any questions about the FEA proposal?
Anyone? I just want to add that basically we're shovel ready.
We are.
The plan is there. We need funding.
Yeah.
We need the funding. And when I did visit with a couple of representatives, Representative Wiley and Representative Larson last week when I was in Cheyenne. And both of them are receptive to carrying that forward. So, you know, like I said, it's this information from FEA will be very helpful in making our case. And we need the funding from the state, and that's one of the areas where the state has not got a lot of money to be had. They don't, you know, I think they're looking at 100 million this year, maybe.
That's what's been, well, I was told that that's
Yeah,
what's been set
that's
aside.
good. That's what I was told. Same thing with the ECA. I'll believe it when the gavel comes down and it's still there.
Yep.
On May 3rd, or on March 3rd. So, but like I said, we do have some support out there, but it's the money that we need.
And also interesting, I had Scott pull out the high school and put another spreadsheet on and total up. And I think just in repairs that we would have over the next 5 years, were I think over $16 million or something like that, just in repairs. And you still have a building. The issue with the high school is built on so many times. There's so many additions. We run into fire code issues, life safety issues. I mean, security issues. You can't satisfy everything. It just makes it it's almost impossible. So, okay.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. The district climate survey, Mrs. Thompson and Mrs. Summers.
Superintendent McGovern, Madam Chair, trustees, employees of the district, and the community and staff. Before we get started, I just want to kind of give you a little bit background of why we started with the District Climate Survey Committee. If you recall, this was something that the board wanted to do several years ago, but due to various reasons, such as, you know, COVID, extreme budget constraints, etc., it kind of got pushed to the back burner, and now we're bringing that back forward for review. We did put together a climate survey committee. I was basically volunteered to be the chair, as I recall. Thanks, Mr. Max Mickelson. Like I said, former Max Mickelson trustee was one of the members at the time, along with Mrs. Summers. So some of our primary considerations, if you can switch to the next slide, Zach, please, thank you. Of course, is retention of our district employees. What we looked at is also if there were ways that we could have the survey questions align with our district strategic plan and where we want that plan to go in the future. Of course, having the respondents be anonymous is also a major priority that we looked at. And we also took into consideration the experience of the company to create not only a quality survey, but display the results in a way that we can find useful. Because if you can't understand the data and the results that they give back to you, then it's not a very useful tool. And of course, since we're dealing with a K-12 setting, we wanted to make sure that they had experience in that area. So during the process, Ms. Summers, Mr. Mickelson, and myself, we researched potential companies looking at what we thought might be a good choice for our district. When we narrowed it down, we invited 2 companies to come in and do presentations to our group. At that time, we invited the Director of Human Resources, Mrs. Nicole Bolton, and the SEA President, Mrs. Cheryl Notman, to join us, just so if they had any additional questions or comments or concerns, we were getting kind of a little bit of input from all the parties. After those presentations, we talked a little bit about what we thought the positives, negatives were, and then we developed a recommendation. For the Wyoming School Boards Association Climate Survey process, which I'll refer to as WSBA from now on, they will define a purpose. So WSBA will work with the district to determine what it wants to learn from the survey. So what the district wants to know is what they can make the questions. They can develop questions for what we want to ask. They can do the groups. It doesn't matter if you want to do staff, students, community, parents, one subgroup, or all of them. They can do everything in that respect. As far as the survey, WSBA will design the survey and then send it to the board for approval. Modifications can be made as needed. So if there was a question or two that we weren't quite sure about the wording, or if we wanted something changed, we could get those changes made. When they're going to send out the survey, they would do an invitation to the participating group. So it would either be the parents, students, teachers, community members, etc. They would send that out. Then they would analyze it in quantitative and qualitative feedback, and visual and narrative representatives to go with that feedback. They will also write and present a report to the school board when completed. WSBA's approximate timeline for creating the survey is give or take 1 week. As for the survey administration itself, it would take around 2 weeks. I guess that's the average time to leave a survey up, give people plenty of time to get those reminders, go ahead and take that survey, and then they will tally up the results. As far as the analysis, it could take 2 to 3 weeks. We are a bigger district, so I'm kind of leaning toward that 3 weeks. As for the cost, for the staff survey, it would be $4,000. For the student survey, $2,000, and community survey, another $2,000, for a total of $8,000. Some of the advantages for going through WSBA is the questions can be completely customized, and we could help it align with strategic planning. Staff, students, parents, and community members can also take it. Also, it is pretty budget friendly, and it is anonymous. No questions are going to be asked that would identify someone. Also, the raw data is not shown to school board trustees or district leaders. It stays with WSBA. Other school districts in the state have already utilized WSBA's climate surveys and have been pleased with the results. I actually was at a recent training and happened to talk to a couple of other school board members from other parts of the state. They had nothing but great things to say about the process with WSBA and the results. Some of the disadvantages, however, are all of the follow-up would be completely dependent on the district. So this would run the risk of just another study, another climate survey sitting on a shelf, not taking the data and not using it to benefit the district. Also, we would need to pay for this out of the general fund, or we would have to try to search for some grant monies. Another disadvantage is, although the feedback would be very timely, it's not immediate. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Summers to go over the next group.
So the next company we looked at was actually They were discovered by Mrs. Bolton when she was at a human resources conference. The company is called Upbeat, and they are a national company, and they focus on teacher and staff retention and increasing or boosting retention. They've done really big districts across the nation where they've done all of their schools they've taken, and they started with a pre-survey, and then they do a coaching process, and they do a post-survey to look at retention of teachers and staff. So they already have expert designed survey questions built around current research, and we could do some customization options for the district, but it's not fully customizable like WSBA's would be. The survey deployment is handled directly by Upbeat to garner high response rates and protect anonymity. We heard over and over again that anonymity is important to respondents to feeling comfortable taking it and for us getting good results. And this company very much focuses, they pride themselves on protecting anonymity. He did state to us that trust and anonymity are the base of their business. So they have comprehensive reporting tools with instant access to data results by principals and leadership. So none of the raw data would be seen by anybody in leadership or the school board. It's all presented on these kind of online modules where you get to see the results after they've been analyzed. And then there is coaching of leadership that is led by an Upbeat leadership coach to help develop action plans and next steps. So the district would work with Upbeat to kind of customize the survey a little bit based on areas that we wanted to focus on. They had some different ones like safety and whatnot. And then they have some more general ones. Upbeat would administer a pre-survey of district staff. And then that data would be analyzed and displayed in results in their online portal. And that would be visible to district leadership and principals. And then they did say no data would be visible unless at least 4 respondents in a group completed the survey. So that's one of their ways of protecting anonymity, is to make sure that, not just one person takes a survey and then by the answers, they can be picked out. So that was part of their anonymity. And then the Upbeat coaches will work with the individual leaders, whether they're building principals or our CAB leadership team, to develop action plans based on the results of the surveys for that building or for that group. And Upbeat then will administer a post survey to see how effective the action plan is. Like, is it working? Do we need to change something? And then they are also able to administer an exit survey for the district. And I know this is one of the things that was brought up by SEA during negotiations last year, wanting an exit survey of retirees and of people who are leaving the district. And so that's an option with Upbeat as well to look at retention. So Zach, next slide. You can kind of see, here's just a model of kind of how they work on, it's an improvement-based model to improve retention rates for district staff. And then if you'll go on to the next slide, here's, one of the bigger disadvantages, but it does come with coaching, individual coaching. And so here's a pricing overview. It is significantly more expensive than WSBA, but I think we believed as a group that really the advantage is that it doesn't just sit on a shelf. It actually improves and moves us forward. And they had a lot of examples of districts and how they had improved their retention within all those schools, like 6-10% improvement in retention rates. And those are the kinds of numbers I think we're looking for. And then the next slide, you can kind of see this is how the data would be displayed to the leadership team. So you get, these kind of color-coded bars. So the red would be results that are satisfactory. And so they would be looking at the areas, for a particular school where they could get the most improvement in those kind of not happiness scores. What did he call them? I forget. I apologize. Basically, they were like satisfaction kind of scores. And so you want to move your bar of satisfaction up. And that's how they gauge improvement. And then, so go ahead and move on to the next slide, please, Zach. So here were the advantages and disadvantages of Upbeat. The advantages were the survey itself, the data display, the coaching, and follow-up is already built in. We wouldn't have to do any additional research or, engage in anything because that follow-up is built in. Anonymity. It is a nationwide company that specializes in retention, so they have questions that are designed around that, and they, are scientifically designed around improving retention. Grant funding could also be available, and I know Mrs. Bolton you secured it the other day. Awesome. So we already have grant funding that could be used for this, and it can be entirely paid for, and it doesn't come out of the district funds. It is broken out school by school. We can get exit survey options for people leaving the district, and surveys are done pre and post so you can gauge your improvement, and then the questions are adjustable to some degree based on, some of the things that the district decides are, really important. We did say the disadvantages, while adjustable, it's not fully customizable like WSBA. We may not be able to get all of the data to help with strategic planning like we could if we can completely customize some of the questions. And it was much more expensive, but it did have the added service of coaching. So moving on to our recommendation, the option that we think that the board should go with, looking at, would be to employ Upbeat with the coaching option as a primary survey for employees of the district. Hire Upbeat to conduct an exit survey for all employees who are leaving the district. And we'd also like to utilize WSBA once we have Upbeat up and running to design a survey that maybe would address some of our other strategic planning concerns outside of teacher retention. But we really think the primary focus would be staff retention because it's key to achieving all of our district goals, and more importantly, to student success, because when our good teachers leave the district, it's incredibly costly monetarily wise, but it's also costly to our students in training, and it sets us back. We're not able to move forward with the great things that we see our schools doing because we're having to go back and retrain, a portion of our staff all the time. If the board did not like option 1, then we did say that option 2 would be to employ Upbeat with the coaching option to target employee retention, and to look at hiring Upbeat to also conduct the exit survey if funding allows. So those were the 2 options. As a group, we believed that option 1 was probably the best choice. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments? I think we've got an item a little bit later on, so thank you. Thank you for all your work, too. Item number 10 is communications and correspondence or the public comment. If a member of the public initiates specific complaints or charges against an employee, in order to protect the employee's rights to privacy and due process, the board will only hear those complaints or charges in closed session. The board encourages concerned individuals to file complaints using the appropriate district complaint procedure and appropriate forms, which can be obtained from the district's website. As per policies B, DDH, and KD, please limit your comments to the board to 1 time. If your comments have been previously submitted in writing, please refrain from addressing the board a 2nd time. Policies B, DDH, and KD continue to state, questions asked by the public shall, when possible, be answered immediately by the chairman or referred to staff members present for reply. Questions requiring investigation shall be referred to the board or administrative staff for consideration and later response. We do have 1 public comment submitted in writing. It's from Alicia Roan, who is Executive Director of the Child Development Center of Casper, Wyoming. I'm unable to attend the school board meeting on February 13th, but would like to voice my support and concerns regarding the district starting its own preschool. I'm currently the Executive Director of the Child Development Center located in Casper, Wyoming. The Natrona County School District has over 300 free preschool spots, which has been good for children, but also has put strain on the private on the private preschools, as it's hard to compete with free. The CDC shares a great relationship with Natrona County School District. We complete all of the development screenings for the district, as well as provide the early intervention services needed for all of the children on an IEP in the school's district's preschools. I'm concerned in regard to who will provide the Part B IDEA services for the 3 to 5-year-olds in need of speech, cognitive development, OT, etc. The Child Development Center of Sweetwater County has the state contract to provide these services, and I would like to see the school district welcome the CDC and its staff to provide Part B services in its preschool. School district does not receive the funding to provide Part B services, nor do they have the expertise in serving 3 to 5-year-olds as the CDC does. Staff must have an early childhood special education endorsement to serve 3 to 5-year-olds on an IEP, in which the CDC staff do. Any other funding used to provide these services would be putting the school district at risk for a lawsuit per Wyoming's Attorney General's office. K-12 funding, TANF, Title I, Head Start funding, et cetera, cannot be used by the school district to provide Part B IDEA services. Therefore, it's imperative to not duplicate services with taxpayers' money, but actually work with the CDC as a community partner to provide the early intervention services. I hope you will take this into the utmost consideration when discussing opening a preschool. Thank you in advance. Alicia Roan, Executive Director, Chair of Wyoming's Early Intervention Council. I would just like to make some comments to this. There are some inaccuracies in this statement. As Superintendent McGovern referenced in her earlier report, we do receive Part B services, and we do receive the funding for it. It is by federal law, not state law, but by federal law, it is the school district that is responsible for providing services to these students. And so Wyoming has an agreement that school districts can defer that responsibility to another organization like a CDC. We have been a part of the CDC and chose to sever that agreement a couple of years ago. And we have taken on those services ourselves. Casey Arnoldi in the special ed department, we do child find. We are assessing students that need services and providing those services. So we are doing everything that the CDC does for our own students here in Sweetwater 1. So like I said, there are some inaccuracies in this public comment. I do intend to attend, I've been invited, and Superintendent McGovern's been invited to attend a meeting with the CDC the 27th of February. And I'm sure it's to try to get us to come back, but depending on what happens with our support later in the meeting, I don't know that services with CDC will be continue. We'll go back to them. Superintendent McGovern, is there anything you want to add?
Chair Jellicoe, if I may.
Please.
Just a couple of real quick items. Under Wyoming Statute 214302, the Wyoming legislature provided authority to meet the needs of children in our communities. It provided authority to the school districts to permit enrollment of pupils in a part-time preschool program with a curriculum based on developmentally appropriate practices funded by the district. So there's statutory authority that allows us to do that. In addition, we have a Wyoming Department of Education letter from October of 2022 that went out to all Wyoming districts that says examples of different preschool service models can include enrollment in a public school district preschool program with IEP services provided by the public school district. And that is exactly what we are doing.
Okay, is there any in-person public comment?
My boss is telling me to go, so I better do it. So I have a.
Please state your name.
Oh, my name is Mark Cholak. I am a teacher at Rock Springs High School, and I speak for myself alone. Okay. I did want to make a couple of comments on the climate survey, although that's not why I came here tonight. I'm glad we're to the point that we're actually discussing the climate survey. I joined Sweetwater Education Association in August of 2011. That was a topic that we were working toward then. And so if it takes 12 years, I guess that's what it takes. At any rate, I really wanted to make some comments. You might have read a news report recently stating that there was near universal or near unanimous support for the 4-day school week. And I'm here to tell you, when I hear the words near unanimous, I'm a history teacher, right? I think of when Saddam Hussein ran for election and he got like 98.7%. That's near unanimous, right? Nobody trusts those results anyway. I know that in visiting with my colleagues at Rock Springs High School, support for the 4-day week is not near unanimous. Most of the people I talk to would either like to see it go away or for it to be modified in some way. A colleague of mine joined the calendar committee thinking that that's where we would make a decision on a 4-day versus a 5-day school week. And he was disappointed to find out that wasn't the case. But this colleague had worked out a schedule where we could fulfill all of our state requirements for hours and days and close Rock Springs High School at 3:30. Of course, that proposal was never heard by the calendar committee, but I think it's significant. I think that somebody sat down and did the math and figured that out. Okay. One of the major reasons that we adopted the 4-day school week was we thought it would help us with retention and recruitment. Okay. We had 20 people take the early incentive. Some of those are people retiring. Some of those are people that are just leaving. I know several of the people on that list of personnel that are leaving our district. These are younger teachers. These aren't all people that are at retirement age. In one case, a person from my department is leaving, doesn't have a job secured, doesn't have any future, but that person has made the decision that they need to leave our district, and it's partially based on the calendar. Okay. I know of one other person that told me this person retired last year, and they said, they wrote on the exit survey, I would have taught for another 5 years if it weren't for the 4-day calendar. That's what the person told me. Whether it was on there or not, I don't know for sure. Okay. If you look at the district website, we currently have 38 open positions for certified staff, 23 paras, and 36 other positions. Okay. Last spring, we had heard stories of people going to job fairs and visiting with 1 or 2 students. Okay. As of today, Laramie County School District has 65 open positions. Natrona County, now these are counting certified and classified. I took coaching positions out. Natrona has 54. Campbell County has 45. We have 89. And I think it's been consistent the last 2 or 3 years that we carry 40 to 50 unfilled positions from year to year. And so my point is, if we're doing this for retention and recruitment, it's not working. I joked with Mr. Klingenpeel about transportation having a banner year last year, because they had that bus out there with the big banner that said we need bus drivers. People are not applying to our district for certified or classified positions. And so I don't know that we can say the 4-day calendar has helped. Okay. One of the issues that we faced when we adopted the 4-day calendar was there was no or very little research available at the time. In fact, this proposal has come up 3 different times before the board, before it was approved. The first time it came up as part of a cost-saving task force. The second time, the district put forth a proposal that was voted down by the board. And then year 3, it was approved, but the only thing that changed was the vote of 1 school board member. That's why we have the 4-day calendar, is because 1 person changed their mind, which is okay. The problem is now there is research coming out. There are 7 studies, 7 major studies on 4-day school weeks. I've looked at a few, a 2021 report by Paul N. Thompson in Oregon. Students saw lower achievement rather than higher. In this study, the 4-day calendar reduced expected gains by 1/6. The expectation that these losses could be reduced by extending the school day did not bear out. A different study by the Annenberg Foundation and Brown University shows similar results with warnings for schools that switch to a 4-day calendar. I quote from the abstract of the report. It says, we conduct difference in difference analyses to estimate the effect of attending a 4-day week relative to attending a 5-day school week. We estimate significant negative effects of the schedule on spring reading achievement at 0.07 standard deviations, and fall to spring achievement gains in math and reading, negative 0.06 standard deviations in both. The negative effects of the schedule are disproportionately larger in non-rural schools than rural schools and for female students, and they may grow over time. Policymakers and practitioners will need to weigh the policy's demonstrated negative average effects on achievement in their decision regarding how and if to implement a 4-day week. Another article in the Hetchinger report, kind of an overview of the 7 studies, and I quote from this article. By contrast, small town and suburban students who switched to 4-day weeks were far worse off than other students in the state. Though it's less common for small town and suburban schools to switch to 4 days, they constitute only 30% of the 4-day schools, their students really seems to be harmed. For example, a quarter of the usual achievement gains that 5th graders typically make in a year disappeared. End quote. As I read these reports, what they're telling us is we should expect lower achievement on a 4-day school week. In particular, the Annenberg report basically tells policymakers, if you're going to adopt this, make sure you can afford the loss in achievement, because you're going to see a loss in achievement. Okay. So we didn't have information when we made the decision. Now we're getting information and it doesn't look good, right? We just saw Mr. Supas show us our graduation rates have been flatlined in the mid-70s for many years, okay? We're trying to raise achievement. We've adopted a policy that's going to lower achievement, okay? The 4-day week it's forced the community to make major adjustments, okay? People that didn't need daycare at all suddenly had a day in the week they had to hire daycare, okay? It caused other problems for other people as well, okay? In the news article that I referred to earlier, Superintendent McGovern stated that there have been no major problems with babysitting or daycare issues in the community. And yet here we are talking about starting a daycare and a preschool because there's a huge need in the community that can't be filled. I feel the district kind of created, or not created, but contributed to the daycare issue in the community. If you live in Rock Springs and you need daycare, you have a daycare issue because it's hard to find and it's expensive. In the same article, Ms. McGovern stated that there is lower teacher burnout. My experience is exactly the opposite at Rock Springs High School. It used to be that after school, teachers would hang around and get things ready for the next day or clean things up. I can tell you at 4:30, my hallway at least empties out. There are 2 teachers that I always know are going to be there late because that's just who they are. One is a new teacher who's really trying to build some really solid lessons. And the other is a science teacher, and we know those guys are all odd anyway. Any science teachers? Okay, good. I didn't insult anybody. My message here is not to say, well, let's scrap the 4-day school week because some people don't like it. I just think that there are a lot of things that we need to explore before we double down on this thing again. For example, I'd like to see our Swiss data on referrals that happen later in the day. My experience is I teach primarily freshmen. Freshmen finish at 3:30 every day. And from 3:30 to 4:15, it is really hard to keep them on task, that last 45 minutes to an hour is where all the weird things happen in my room. Weird behavior things, not anything out of the ordinary. And so I just want us to slow down, and before we just stamp this thing for approval again, that we look at a few things and maybe make some adjustments, maybe rethink some things. But right now, we did, SEA did do some polling of our members only at the high school. We got 85% of the people said they opposed the 4-day week, but that was really only 20 responses. So I don't know how much hay you can make out of 20 responses. But that's my message. I just think we need to, if we're going to do this, let's do it right, and let's take our time to dot all the I's and cross the T's. Any questions?
I think you'll see some discussion later on where those considerations are being made.
Okay. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Good evening. Glenn Supas, principal at Rock Springs High School, and I humbly speak for the high school. Got a few updates, some information to share in regards to Rock Springs High School. One, we've completed our YTOP interim testing. We are looking at the data right now and are excited to report to the superintendent some of our findings from the interim testing. We are wrapping up our access testing this week, and YALT testing begins on February 28th. Make-A-Wish Week starts this Thursday and goes to February 23rd. If I can approach, I have copies of the Make-A-Wish weekly agenda, one for everyone up there, except for Dylan. Dylan, I forgot to make you a copy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can put that in my evaluation.
I already know what they are.
Yeah. So there's the itinerary for the week's events with Make-A-Wish. Kicks off this Thursday with a great big Make-A-Wish assembly. And then we have activities scheduled throughout the week. We want to recognize Cowboy Donuts for being a huge sponsor and supporter of our Make-A-Wish activities. And they're giving some proceeds out. So we are looking forward to that. February 16th, we had to reschedule our Sources of Strength training. This is our social emotional program and student advocacy program. We had to cancel because of wonderful Wyoming weather, but they are coming back on the 16th, so we should start our training then. We have Teacher PD this Friday. This Friday is going to be a very heavy PLC day where we will have time set aside both for our content PLCs and for some vertical PLCs as well. Some important events coming around the corner, February 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Rock Springs High School, Sweetwater County, will be hosting the Wind River National Qualifying Speech and Debate Meet. So that is on the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. February 25th is the Student Council Sadie Hawkins Dance. Members of the board are always invited to attend the dance and help chaperone. It is always a fun time. We would love to see you there, especially Mr. Wright, who's the newest member. You're always welcome, sir, to come supervise a dance. No, you're not. You don't have to. I'm just joking. Sorry. February 28th through March 2nd, we have our Don't Ever Stop consultants back in the building. As always, school board members and everyone is invited to attend. We have some great professional development coming that way. Now for the big events. This weekend is State Swim in Gillette. Go Tigers. There's this kid by the name of Spicer who's going to probably win a few things, so we're looking forward to that. Regional wrestling this weekend is in Jackson. We have multiple home basketball events. February 14th, we are in Green River. Valentine's basketball, they go together, I'm told. February 17th, we have home basketball versus Riverton. February 23rd is the Make-A-Wish basketball game at Rock Springs High School. And then we have regional basketball March 2nd through 4th in Star Valley, and then state basketball March 9th through 11th in Casper. This is the time of the year, the culminating events. So we have state wrestling in Casper, February 23rd through 25th. March 6th is our first practice for softball, track, and boys and girls soccer. March 9th through 11th is state speech. March 3rd and 4th is state indoor track. March 8th is our state spirit competition. March 28th is our state ACT. And then our state White Top interim testing begins on April the 11th. And finally, I want to thank Dylan for being here tonight, representing Rock Springs High School. He's one of many great leaders we have at the school, and I thank Dylan for being here tonight. And I'm also asking that he be excused because it's a school night after public comment. So that's all I have from Rock Springs High School. I stand ready for any questions.
Any questions or comments? Further public comment? Okay, anything that you'd like to add, Dylan, before you leave?
Should I go over there?
You've got a microphone right here.
Okay. I don't know if it's on or not. Oh, there we go. All right. So I have a few things to say. First of all, with the preschool and the daycare, I think that's really good to have. Sorry, I probably should have said this in the questions part. Did you say it was only for district employees, or is it for like the community as well?
The daycare's for district
Employees? Okay. Either way, I think it's going to be a big help, as you also said it was for students who, yep. I think it's going to be a big help. I know of students, like they're older now, but they're not, who like were teen pregnancies, and they really could have used the help. And I think helping, like starting it now would be a really good way to just help them out and help them stay in school, get everything going so that they can lead themselves to success, and then also be able to lead their kid to success as well. And then I also, sorry, I'm trying to remember what it was. It was like an hour ago.
You're telling us we're long tonight?
No. I just have a horrible memory. Can I read these real quick? Sorry. The graduation rate is what I was going to talk about. With you talking about how you guys were getting kids back from like dropouts or like near dropouts and getting them back going. I have a few friends also who are, who were going to drop out or who were and everything. And then they went back and they said that, I know there was a friend last year who didn't drop out, but he was close to, and he graduated, and he said it was the best thing that he's ever done. I know that a few friends of mine now who are on the road to graduating are also really excited to graduate thanks to your guys' help. And I just want to like express my excitement for what you guys were doing and what you guys are still doing. Keep that going. And then that's all I have.
Well, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And you got the lucky draw because you got the long one.
It's okay. I didn't have anything planned anyway. We're
Well,
okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments too.
And how do I turn this off? Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Take your phone stuff out of your way.
Any further public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the treasurer's report. Mrs. Summers?
For the general fund treasurer's report for the month of January 2023, the beginning balance was $21,724,352.02. Revenues received during the month were $18,883,835.07. Less the warrants during the month of $8,906,323.37, for an ending cash balance of $31,801,952.81. For the school lunch program, a beginning balance of $1,334,060.25. Sorry. Revenue of $90,140.71. For an ending balance of $1,281,410.69. That's the school lunch program. And then for Head Start, the beginning balance was $96,563.45. The ending balance was $95,784.39. And that concludes the treasurer's report.
Is there a motion to approve the treasurer's report? It's been moved by Mr. Wright. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Schumacher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay, the warrants. Mrs. Summers.
Checks number 156967 through 157850, totaling in the amount of $7,130,941.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the district warrants and release them?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wood. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item number 13, the district preschool and employee daycare. Recommendation to authorize the superintendent of schools to implement a district preschool and an employee and student daycare early childhood education program at Overland Elementary. Is there a motion? It's been moved by Mr. Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wood. Discussion. Any discussion? I think with the public comment that we had earlier and Dylan's comments and so forth, I think that we know there's a need and certainly some interest. So I think the motion is to authorize the superintendent to move forward. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Kari, I think I'm hearing you online now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And a new certified position. This is an addendum item. Recommendation to approve the certified Overland Elementary Principals - Executive Director of Head Start position. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Summers. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Wright. Discussion. Any discussion? I do think it makes perfect sense to have an administrator, a certified administrator, in charge of an early education building now. And so that will have some, so that the educational part of it is the person is certified in education and has those credentials. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign? Motion passes. Okay, I'm going to suggest that items number 15 and 16 be taken together. 15 is the calendar committee update, and the 16 is the K-12 tiered school start times. So, Mrs. Bolton.
This is for discussion purposes only, so I just want to make it clear, this is not the first go around as an information item and then next month as a vote. And Zach, do you have it? Sorry. I only did the presentation for visuals for when the discussion is going on, to give a little bit of background and explain. So we'll start with the why. For the board and the public, the calendar committee meets every 2 years to develop the next 2 years' worth of calendars. I was very clear in my communication out to the committee that what the calendar committee was responsible for, and they were not responsible for an alternative calendar or even considering the idea. We are at 1.5 years into the 4-day week, and so we've been reflecting on some of the feedback that has been consistently coming, and there are some mandated changes. The Wyoming Department of Education had some rule changes. They did in fact change the instructional time requirements. Elementary stayed the same. Junior high or middle school went to 950, and elementary went down to, or high school went down to 1,000. And they no longer consider recess and passing time as part of the instructional day. We've heard consistent feedback that the start times are too close for parents that have children at multiple schools to get from one school to the next before and after, and that's all grades, actually. There's some traffic concerns, mostly where our newer schools are, Sage and Pilot especially, and then some busing concerns that, well, partly we didn't know what we didn't know, and so you learn, right? Just to start with the calendar, so far, I mean, for the 23-24 year, option 2 was picked by the staff with 46.7 wanting that, and I'll go into the details in just a minute. For the next calendar, for the 24-25, it was similar, 46.1 wanted option 2. So option 2, and the next slide should say 24-20, no, go back. This slide should say 24-25 on it as well. I just included them in one slide. But option 2 for both years, they start August 16th for 23-24, August 14th, 24-25. There is a 3-day Thanksgiving break on both of those calendars for both years. There is a 2-week Christmas break for both years. The second year, there is no choice. It's just how the dates fall. So no matter what, it'll be a 2-week Christmas break. We have a 1-week spring break on both calendars, and we did align it with the college. And we are aligned this year with the college. I can't remember if we're aligned with Green River or not, but I did start the conversation with the college and with Green River to try to get us all three on the same page, but we all do our calendars different. And so the college changed their spring break to match ours this year. And so we made sure our calendars matched theirs moving forward. Same feedback that we got for Christmas break. The students that are in college classes were not getting a break if it doesn't align. So during spring break, they're doing their college classes, and they're not getting a break. In the next year, we do not have a President's Day out of school. Then the 24-25, we do have a President's holiday. We did not put fall break in either of the calendars, and both calendars end before Memorial Day. The committee did take the feedback in that the spring semester is long, and we took one of the professional development days out in February to give an extra 3-day weekend because one of the other months has 3 days, 3 PD days. And we did send a survey out ahead of time to build the calendars based off of the feedback that the staff wanted. Before I go on, questions on the calendar.
Any questions on the calendar?
And we can jump to questions and comments at the end, or if you want me to go to start and end times, it's up to you guys.
Yeah, go ahead and start with the start and end times.
So the reason why Chair Jellicoe asked for both of these to be presented together is because literally I feel like all aspects of my job are intertwined somehow. And the 4-day week, the start and end times, and the calendar, they all intertwine. They all play a part with each other, and they all drive the busing, issues or not, okay? And so we've just been playing around. Again, these are not even going to the board as information. We have been playing around with start and end times based off that feedback. So the very first option that we came up with, we have K-6 split junior high and high school, and trying to stick with the research and not really, the research says we should start junior high and high school at 8:30. I told the transportation committee when we met that I think California just mandated that they cannot start before 8:30 for secondary. I can't do that and tier the routes. We need to somewhat tier the routes a little bit to relieve transportation in the morning. And so one recommendation is to potentially look at elementary starting at 7:50 and getting out at 3:05. We have to extend the elementary day no matter what, because we wouldn't be meeting the time taking the recess out. And that's what the K-6 teachers have actually asked for. Junior high, we could tier the K-6 with the junior high and start junior high at 8:30, and then they would get out at 3:55 instead of 3:45. And I can't take high school any later than 8 unless we want them to start at 4:30. But we know that the feedback has come back overwhelmingly that if we could get them out at 4, let's get them out at 4. So this one would get them out at 4. What this would do, this is 145 days. What this would do is allow us to tier the K-6 routes with the junior high routes, which would relieve some of the busing issues in the morning. And it would allow us to keep them all a lot of options in the afternoon. So then the transportation committee, when we met, it was a great discussion. And we looked at even having a staggering time between K-3 and 4-6. And one of our principals had brought this up, even if it was by 10 minutes to help with the traffic congestion. And so just looking, if we kept K-3 at 7:50, and I'll explain this in a minute, and ended them at 3:05, and then 4-6 started them at 8, and they end at 3:15, then the other two stay the same. This is still on 145 days. This would only affect one tiered route so far preliminarily that Rochelle has been playing with. So it is possible to do. If we tried to flip-flop that where K-3 starts at 8 and 4-6 starts at 7:50, it does untier more routes. But again, those are preliminary and she is still playing with them. But the point is we can separate those a little bit. When the transportation met, we discussed, we explained, we had questions, we brainstormed, and so it came up what would happen if we added more days to a calendar? And I had put that in the email. And so just to show some examples, if we went to 146 days instead of 145, that would shorten the elementary K-6 by 5 minutes. But we would not be able to shorten the junior high and high school because it would knock us under the 950 or the 1,000. So they would still have to stay what they were on the 145 days. If we went to 147 days, the K-6 would stay the same as the 146. We couldn't shorten it, but it would take junior high and high school, and we'd be able to shorten them each by 5 minutes. So the junior high could get out at 3:50 and the high school get out at 3:55. And then if we were to take that to 148 days, it would allow our K-6 to shorten another 5 minutes. So 2:55 and 3:05, which I don't think they really want to shorten very much, but based off the feedback. But junior high and high school at 148 would stay the same as the 147. And I did not go to 149. However, it was discussed, what if we started K-3 or 4-6 possibly later than the junior high and high school and not going before 8 o'clock? That would put like K-3 starting at 8:40 and 4-6 starting at 8:30. Well, that's doable in the morning and it tiers all the routes, but here's what it does after school. It does not create a gap. It would untier every single route after school and eliminates any flexibility. The difference between morning, which is still important, and after school, the busing is even a higher need after school because of the after school programs, sports, athletics. They need far more flexibility and availability in buses in order to keep that transportation going after school. And this one would completely undo that and tie their hands, which that's why I would not recommend this. Again, this is just some visuals for some discussion for the board to have, and I'm up here to answer questions. I do want to bring up, it was brought up and asked, which is a very legitimate question, and I figured it may come up for discussion, but about the August start date, which in 2017, we actually did ask, and we asked about the semester, not, do you want to start in August? We asked about if they wanted the semester to end, and I gave that data out to the district. And then in 2019, we did not ask that question. That was the year that we had the full-on committee, and that discussion occurred at depth with that committee. But I did go back through that survey, and out of 152 students that had taken that particular survey, there weren't any comments about the August start date. Out of 302 staff, there were 5 comments about the August start date, that they didn't like that. They would rather start after Memorial, and 1 comment, they didn't want to go into June. Out of 787 parents, there were 7 comments that they did not like the early August, and then there were 4 that they didn't want to go into June. And so that was heavy discussion. We didn't particularly survey that. And that group even decided based off of the reasoning and that I'd given, which was the students primarily in the survey really expressed that they wanted it to end in December so that they actually have a Christmas break. And the teachers felt like in the survey, they expressed that they were losing instructional time when spending January reteaching and giving finals instead of jumping into new instruction for the new semester. Most teachers have said that there's not enough time before the state testing window to provide the necessary instruction. Testing used to be in March. And so the state listened and moved it back to April. So if we move our start date back, we're basically eliminating the time that the state gave us for that extra time the state gave us before the testing in April. And the only reason actually that I have heard that people want it back in August and starting after Labor Day instead of August is because of the heat, and they want the kids to have a summer during the nicer part because we know June is a little bit rainy and chillier. But the start and end time committee 2 years ago, when we discussed that, it was very much discussed that weather shouldn't be dictating that the student and staff feedback should be dictating that. But that did come up as a question, and I think it's a very legitimate question, and I figured the board might want discussion. So it's all yours.
Thank you. Okay, discussion.
Chair Jellicoe, I'd like to contribute to the discussion. And
Mr. Wright.
Madam Jellicoe and Board of Trustees, I'd like to offer a motion for consideration that in my eyes could potentially help us solve a multitude of concerns. But before I do that, I want to thank and applaud the calendar committee as I sat on that as a board member. I appreciate all the time and effort that was put into the committee by those that volunteered. And furthermore, I want to thank all those that responded to the survey. Please trust me, I don't take lightly how much time went into creating the currently proposed calendars. I also want to stress the value that I gleaned from those attending the calendar committee meetings. I know how important well-balanced semesters are to the junior high and high schools, and I know the importance of the A and B day balancing and having some even numbers so that they get the appropriate balance there. I also know the importance of having well-timed breaks to allow students and staff the time to relax and refresh. And then I also learned that there are a few days off throughout the year that carry mixed feelings and that people are willing to negotiate on, namely President's Day, the length of Thanksgiving break, and a potential hunt or fall holiday. Whereas there are other days that the majority of people are very passionate about keeping, and for good reason, namely Christmas break, spring break, and finishing school before Memorial Day. So I'll talk about that more in just a minute. But I want to ask for everybody's understanding on where I'm heading with my next comments, given that I've had the unique opportunity to serve on both the calendar committee and the transportation committee. So please know that I would not suggest this if I didn't see the value for everyone involved. I've recently learned, as Nicole just pointed out, how interconnected the calendar is with other issues that the district's facing. Everything has a domino effect when changes are made. At the last Transportation Committee meeting, I was enlightened to the interweaving that takes place in balancing the calendar and then adjusting start and end times, how those start and end times then impact our bus schedule, which in turn affects our bus routes, which affects pickup and drop off times, which affects head counts per bus, and that affects the duration of time a student spends on a bus each day and the number of transportation staff it takes to make this work when we as a district are already facing staff shortages. So that said, changes have been requested to address concerns from parents, staff, and students. Therefore, I think we as a board have an obligation to find a solution to address these concerns with the least amount of negative impact for all invested parties. So in short, I'm just going to summarize some of the concerns that I've heard. First of all, shorter days at the high school level, trying to accommodate being out by 4 p.m. or earlier. We heard that tonight. We've heard that several times as a board. Tiered start times. We heard the last meeting from Mrs. DiBernardi about shortening the time students spend on the bus each day. And then as we heard tonight, helping students at different education levels with more bus routes and less time overall on the bus. It's been brought to my attention that there are buses where we have 10 and 11-year-olds at 3 students per seat, and as well as at the younger levels, but obviously younger kiddos can fit 3 to a seat, whereas older kids, that's kind of difficult. I think reducing that number for the older kids would help with safety and behavioral issues on buses, which in turn helps students have a more positive and productive day, and teachers have less overflow of behaviors stemming from bus concerns. Also heard that we've had less time spent we would like to see less time spent on the bus overall, later pickups in the morning and earlier drop-offs on after school. Some students we know are spending upwards of an hour on the bus, maybe each way to and from school. And all of these concerns while currently maintaining the approved 4-day school week. So before proposing my solution, I wanted to also incorporate this into the preschool daycare proposal we've heard tonight. The district's obviously received a lot of positive and encouraging comments and support for the preschool and daycare program at Overland. Many see this program as having positive impacts on staff retention, including our transportation department. Having a daycare program will allow potential transportation applicants who have kids actually say yes to the job, which allows for more bus routes and consequently all of the other positive transportation impacts I previously mentioned. We talked in that committee meeting about people who were not able to take the jobs because obviously the times that buses are needed are the times that those with kids would have to be getting their kids to school or finding some sort of care. So hopefully I've been able to maybe elaborate and paint the picture for everybody on just how complicated and interwoven these decisions are. None of this is simple, and I recognize that. In this instance, I see this as one sacrifice having a multitude of positive impacts. As previously mentioned, there were a few days discussed in calendar committee that although are welcomed, nobody was very specifically passionate about. Again, I'm referring to a couple of the single days off that we previously saw that Ms. Bolton highlighted. So I'd like to motion that the calendar committee reconvene and consider adding 2 additional school days to the calendar. Instead of a 145-day calendar, I'm proposing they look into a 147-day calendar. Ms. Bolton just showed us, the different impacts that could have to start and end time for various numbers of days, but just trying to maintain the balances on the semester and the balances for A and B days. I think it makes sense to look at that 147-day calendar. And I think doing so allows us to accomplish a lot of positive solutions and honor all of these previous questions and concerns that have come before us. One last comment. Please know that if somebody stepped into my workplace and took away 2 days of vacation, I wouldn't be very tickled about it. I understand that. That said, what I committed to doing when I joined the board and what I think all of us here on the board desire to do is what's best for students and staff and therefore the district as a whole. And that's why I believe that making this recommendation and looking at this would behoove everybody. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Wright has made a motion that we ask the calendar committee to reconvene and look at a 147-day calendar instead of 145. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, may I say something before we take that vote?
We're not taking a vote. I just need a
Sorry.
second to put the motion
Second
on
to
the
put
floor.
motion on the floor.
Okay,
Okay. I'll second it.
okay, Mrs. Schumacher will second. Discussion.
To go off of what Mr. Wright was indicating, I also served on the transportation committee. And ultimately, I think that sometimes when we look at what Ms. Bolton presents to us, an earlier start time, for instance, for elementary schools, once again, ultimately looking at potentially having different start times for the junior high, elementary, and high school, it kind of scares everyone away from that because of change, and change is scary. But after serving on that committee and knowing in prior years when there were adjustments such as this and not necessarily being for those adjustments myself, I also was enlightened significantly on what that looks like. The biggest thing when it came to the transportation side of it was the fact that, as Mr. Wright said, we have some buses where there are 3 kids to a seat, and that's not just elementary K through 3 little kids. We're talking about 4th through 6th grade kids, where we all know are a variety of sizes, and some are just taller and bigger. And ultimately that, to me, presents a huge liability that the school is looking at. Along with that, Mr. Wright has a good point when it comes to those teachers within the classroom who have a rowdy bus or a bus that's just absolutely jammed packed, and then they're going into school and that's how they're starting their day every single day for those teachers, which isn't fair to the teachers to begin with. With that, and seeing those numbers as far as start times, end times, one of the things that was brought to my attention is that even though an elementary school may start at 7:50 based off of what we're seeing, it allows for us to have those tiered stops in the locations that we need them once again. And that is something that we lost by having the school start all at the same time. where ultimately we're going to eliminate 3 to a seat. We're going to eliminate a bus stop start time that was moved from later to earlier. So you're have that ability to move a 7 o'clock bus time for an elementary student who had to move that up based off of the full start time starting at the same time to going back to the later bus stop. So they're on the bus for a minimal amount of time, like Mr. Wright was saying, instead of a 50-minute time period on the bus, you're looking at something like a 20 to 30-minute period, which although may seem long, it's still very different than 50 minutes or even longer, depending on how the morning goes. And so I just want the public and the teachers and staff to realize that ultimately, even if that's something that were to occur, that we are not looking at starting school times for our little ones even earlier than what we're seeing now. And in fact, that impact could be positive because we're looking at potentially being able to bring that time back, and they're going to be able to see those bus stops be moved back versus going up again, even though we have a 10-minute difference as far as that goes. And I think that it's really important to think that the high school overwhelmingly would like to get out earlier, and ultimately that would allow by increasing to 147 versus the 145. So I just wanted to kind of elaborate on that as well. And I appreciate the fact that we have all the different moving components when it comes down to it. Thanks.
I want to thank Mr. Wright for sitting on the calendar and the Transportation Committee, and Mrs. Schumacher for being on the Transportation Committee. I too sat on the Transportation Committee last Thursday, and I would just like to kind of endorse also the 147 days. In talking with transportation folks, we believe that by moving it to 147 days, that we could tier the morning routes again. It would not require people to sign up for buses. I don't know that that point has been made yet, but that would be back to standard bus stops. We'd actually be able to hopefully have 12 to 14 more routes. So that would mean fewer kids on each of the buses, which would mean later pickups and earlier drop-offs at home. So I think there are some real advantages. I want to echo Mr. Wright's comments about appreciating the work the calendar committee has put forth. That takes a lot of time and a lot of strategizing. But we do think that adding 2 days to the calendar might solve a lot of problems in terms of transportation. It does shorten. I think the number one comment I've heard over the last year is how long the high school day is. And this would shorten it from the time now, it's out at 4:15, I believe. And this would shorten it to like 3:55. So it would be out before 4 o'clock. And I think that would be a welcome to the high school staff and students. So further discussion.
Madam Chair.
Mrs. Thompson.
So with the calendar committee, I just want to make sure, because the motion is to have the calendar committee resume and re-meet to explore the 147 school day, correct?
That is correct.
So how many people are on this calendar committee, and will they all be willing to come back to do that? I guess I'm just making sure, like if you have parents and everything on there.
Mrs. Bolton.
Chair Jellicoe. We do not have parents on the calendar committee. We have representation from all areas of the district, and I think that, yes, they would be willing to come back, because if I'm understanding right, the calendar committee would then just create calendars based around 147 days and then send that out for the staff vote at that point, right?
That would be my understanding. Would that be consistent with your motion?
That's correct. And just to elaborate, there's two reasons I suggested that. One is that, the high school and junior highs were very, that's the word I'm looking for. It was very important to them that they had a balancing of semesters as close as possible, and this A and B day where they didn't have an extra A day, where they didn't have B day compensation and so forth. So 2 days accomplishes both of those things. And then the other reason for it is based off of these different schedules that we saw Mrs. Bolton present. Some of them, she said, you go to one more day and there's no impact here. You go to 2 more days, now we see an impact across the board. You go to 3 more days, there's no impact here. And so it was kind of a happy balance of trying to accommodate and solve as many of these things as we can with as little impact.
Further discussion? Further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mrs. Summers.
So I'm looking at this here and I want to look at another kind of monkey wrench into the whole situation. So I don't know if the rest of the board is aware of, Farson has a different schedule than Town and Wamsutter. Our kids attend a longer day and they attend more days. And so when we came back, and this is what we've presented to the state. So we came back from Christmas break on Monday, but we didn't because we ended up conducting a temporary virtual day. And districts used to schedule like 1 or 2 extra days in so that you didn't have to make up a day. They scheduled in snow days. And, there was some discussion in the community about the temporary virtual day, and we couldn't have gone to school. The roads were impassable. It was horrible up there. And so it would have been completely unsafe. And so we had the option of temporary virtual day or making it up. But in discussing with other community members, the temporary virtual day was not necessarily great for kids. And so one of my concerns is we've eliminated snow days and we've gone to temporary virtual days so that we don't have to make days up. But temporary virtual days aren't great for kids either. They don't get a whole lot out of them. For littles, it's really hard to manage them. I heard about parents and they were like, we were lucky that there were 2 of us to try and manage getting our kids online and getting them, on their computers so that they could attend class and be counted. So one of the other things, I don't know if it's possible, if the state will let us do it. I know the districts used to allow for scheduling extra days in the calendar of going to school. So if you didn't have a snow day, you went anyway. And if you had to have a snow day, you didn't have to make them up. And I don't know what the rules are, but I would like us to also consider that. Not that they happen that often, but we have had them in the past few years. We've had these kind of big weather events and they seem to be more common. I think we went like 30 years without a snow day, and then bam, we had 3 of them in 1 year in 2017. So it's kind of another monkey wrench, but I think we need to consider that, especially considering we're going to be looking at that policy. It's up for board information. So I wanted to offer that up for discussion as well.
Further discussion? Okay, there is a motion on the floor to ask the calendar committee to reconvene and come up with calendars to contain 147 days. And then that would allow us to tier the morning routes, shorten the high school day. I believe it shortens does it shorten the junior high day as well? And the elementary that's been asking for time will maintain the time that they get from the interpretation from WDE on recess and passing times and stuff like that.
Yeah, we're adding to their day.
So they'll be able to get the time back that they're asking for.
Yes.
Okay, Superintendent McGovern.
Chair Jellicoe, a quick question, if I may. So to clarify with the board, if this direction was taken by the board, Mrs. Bolton will reconvene the calendar committee to come back to the board at the March meeting with a survey conducted beforehand from the district staff after the calendar committee meets, sending that out for their feedback so that she can present to the Board of Education what the will of the district would be for the next 2 years, knowing that in March there would be a public hearing because that is an alternative calendar. So we need to, by WDE rules, have 2 public hearings for those alternative calendars, one in March and then another one in April, so that if the board so choose to take action on those at the April meeting, so that a calendar pending board approval could be then submitted to the Wyoming Department of Education for the state board to approve also. And then those public hearings would not only occur for in-town and Wamsutter, but it would also occur for Farson Eden because they are an alternative calendar also. So the timeline for that, the calendar committee would need to reconvene soon. And so that way the process could be taken care of, allow time for people to provide feedback in a survey so that we could also get that ready for the March board meeting.
So there would be a recommendation coming forth as to what much like option 2 came today as a recommendation. We would have a recommendation as a result of the survey based on the new calendars that the calendar committee comes up with. Then we have a public hearing in March, we have a public hearing in April, and meet the deadline of the state's May 1st deadline for an alternative calendar to be submitted. That's the timeline we're on.
Chair Jellicoe, can I just add a little bit of information to,
Thank you.
when Mr. Wright brought up the 147 days, because we had been on 144 days, we knew that we needed a minimum of 145 in order to even start making those changes. So honestly, the calendar committee just went with 145 and didn't consider the other days. And so before anybody lynches anybody, there wasn't an option that people just turn that down. And so I don't think that it's a bad idea for the calendar committee to look at that, if that's what's going to help balance out the rest of the things, so.
And I think that's the point. You know, we can tier the bus routes in the morning. We can add some bus routes in the morning so the buses are not as crowded. That means that students will be picked up later and home earlier. So that answers a lot of the questions we've been hearing. We're shortening the junior high and the high school day. So I think a lot of the issues that we've been hearing from the community, from parents and students and staff, could be resolved at least partially with adding a couple of days to the calendar. So that is the motion that is before us. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, so we'll expect at the March meeting another recommendation. Please, calendar committee, we're not trying to punish you. We just think that this is an option, something to look at that would help before school, after school, the length of the days and so forth. So I think hopefully it's a step in the right direction.
It's a fair request. I think that it's something very doable, so we'll get that scheduled.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are matters about which the board has governing policies, implementation of which is delegated to the superintendent. They will be enacted in one motion in the order listed below. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion unless members of the board request specific items to be held and discussed separately and/or removed from this section. Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. A, approval of the minutes from the January 9th, 2023 special board meeting. B, approval of the minutes from the January 9th, 2023 special board meeting executive session. C, approval of the minutes from the January 9th, 2023 regular meeting. D, Approval of the minutes from the January 9th, 2023 executive session. E, curriculum. Approval to purchase Stop the Bleed kits from the City of Rock Springs. F, curriculum. Approval to authorize the Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment Department to purchase career and technical equipment and supplies. G, curriculum. Recommend approval for the Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment Department to go out to bid for the equipment, furniture, materials, and supplies for the district early childhood education program. H, curriculum. Approval to authorize the Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment Department to purchase a Haas tool room mill. I, facilities. Approval to purchase new custodial equipment. J, facilities. Post approval to purchase intercom at Rock Springs High School. K, facilities. Approval of the 2023 district facility plan. L, finance. Approval of the resolution to amend the 2022-2023 budget. M, general board business. Approval of the Head Start 2022 community needs assessment. N, general board business. Approval of the 2022-2023 Head Start self-assessment report. O, human resources. Approval of personnel recommendations. P, technology. Approval of Desert School Wamsutter and Desert View camera hardware bid. Q, technology. Approval of Desert School, Wamsutter, and Desert View network bid. R, technology. Approval of Desert School, Wamsutter, and Desert View miscellaneous network hardware bid. S, transportation. Approval of the purchase of a new shop vehicle. Okay, that is the last one. So there were no holds. So I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Summers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wood. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. Number 18, recommendation from the Insurance Committee to add coverage for all CGM insulin pumps under the pharmacy benefit. A, approval of the recommendation from the Insurance Committee to add coverage for all continuous glucose monitor insulin pumps under the pharmacy benefit. Okay, I want to, Mr. Duncan, do you want to address this? Before Mr. Duncan starts, I do want to emphasize the fact that we are not circumventing the SEA agreement with negotiations. This is adding a benefit to the insurance plan so that we are not, that it's something that's being recommended by the Insurance Committee. And the fact that this is a coverage that is in more and more demand by our people covered under our insurance plan. So please go ahead, Mr. Duncan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent McGovern. As mentioned, this recommendation is to add coverage for all continuous glucose monitors, or CGMs as they're called, insulin pumps under the pharmacy benefit, effective as soon as practical. And what this does is it allows the member to determine whether they would like coverage for CGMs under a pharmacy benefit or under the medical benefit. Currently, the coverage is only available under the medical benefit, and there's a new insulin pump that's come along where the manufacturer only covers that under the pharmacy. So what you have is a situation where you could have one of the old style pumps It's old, it needs to be replaced, but that would not be covered under our insurance plan because it's not covered under the pharmacy. So it greatly increase access to the members. And this is coming before you now, as Chairman Jellicoe alluded to, is that the insurance committee can only make recommendations to the board. And there is a 30-day lead time from the first of the month. And so there is a time element involved as well. And the insurance committee felt that to get everything in place, that it could not wait until negotiations, which usually take place in the last part of April and usually acted on in May.
So just as clarification, this would go into effect probably the 1st of March?
Yes, that is, well,
So for
March,
the full
March
month?
1 starts the 30 days, so it'd be effective in April.
April 1st. Okay. Okay. Is there a motion? So moved. Moved by Mrs. Summers. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Wright. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. So that will be an added benefit to our members. Thank you. Item number 19, general board business. Recommend approval of Facility Engineering Associates, excuse me, Facility Engineering Associates, or FEAPC, for the Rock Springs High School Building Condition Independent Third-Party Assessment. Is there a motion? Moved by Mr. Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Thompson. Any discussion? Again, I think this is a step in the direction of expressing the need to the state for a replacement school, and we need to start working on it now. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed by the same sign? Motion passes. Board information, you have policy IDA, which is the temporary virtual education policy. So that is for your board information. We'll have discussion on it next month. Okay, item number 21 is good of the order. Anyone with good of the order?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Wood.
I would like to point out the youth art exhibit for 2023. We are kicking it off February 14th with Walnut and Stagecoach. It will end May 27th through June. It will go through June 29th. It will be at the art teachers exhibit. The reception is Saturday, May 27th from 2 to 4 p.m. I ask if we could hang a few of these around the facility.
And this will be up at the Community Fine Arts Center on C Street. So, yeah, thank you. Any other good of the order? As I stated earlier, I attended the Wyoming School Boards Association Legislative Forum last weekend, had some very fruitful conversations with some of our representatives. The governor also signed a proclamation Monday morning proclaiming last week as School District Trustees Appreciation Week. We extended that to tonight, and so I want to express my appreciation to the trustees that sit on this board. As we said earlier in our discussion with Mr. Celeroli, the ECA has so far been approved. $100 million, I believe, has been appropriated to capital construction. I learned a long time ago not to count on anything until the gavel comes down, and that will be on March 3rd. So if that happens, then we'll celebrate the ECA and $100 million in capital construction, which is the first time that some of those dollars have been heard of in several years. New business.
Chair Jellicoe.
Yes, Mrs. McGovern.
I apologize on the interruption.
No, you're fine.
Chair Jellicoe and fellow trustees, on the agenda item, Zach, for the district climate survey, it was 9D. It was presented by Trustee Thompson and Trustee Summers. In there was the recommendation to approve one of those, but we don't have it on the agenda. So if the board wanted to make a motion and approve that this evening, we could do that as this is a regular meeting. Or if, thank you, Zach, or if it was the pleasure of the board to move that to March. I wasn't sure on your timeline. And again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I didn't want the meeting to end if
Thank
your
you.
timeline was to move that forward now.
So what, Mrs. Thompson, Mrs. Summers, what would be your preference?
I think a preference would be to move forward and vote on it if we could tonight.
Okay. do you
Yeah, I
wanna
think
put that
we're
in the
ready to
form of
move
a motion?
forward. I would make a motion that we go with option one, which would be to employ Upbeat with the coaching option as well as the exit surveys, and then also utilize WSBA once Upbeat is done.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Summers?
Ms.
Any-
Wood.
Oh, Ms. Wood, okay. Discussion. As both, I mean, this is something that we have discussed for a number of years. And with budget constraints, one year we put the money back in the general fund because we felt it was better spent there. But I think it is time that we need to take a look at, what our staff feels. It hopefully will help with retention. That clearly is the point of it. And with our new look at strategic plan and so forth moving forward, I think it could give us some valuable information. And I do agree that the follow-up, the coaching piece is critical.
That's what we believed. Also, as Mrs. Bolton stated during our presentation, they've already secured the grant funding or will be able to secure the grant funding to pay for it as well.
And that would be another thing we don't want to, grant funding is sometimes one-time money. And so we would like to utilize that while we can.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the motion is to approve option one, which is Upbeat with the survey and also an exit survey, if I remember correctly, that has an exit survey, and then utilizing WSBA to do some follow-up work once Upbeat has kind of given us their initial thing, and then using School Boards Association for future follow-up.
Yeah, to fill in the gaps.
Yeah, fill in the gaps. Okay, that is the motion before us. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, so we can begin the process on that. Okay, item number 22, new business is the vacancy notice as of February 2nd, 2023. B is the January 2023 Head Start Governing Board and Policy Council Monthly Report. And item number 23, is there a motion to adjourn? It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wood. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes.